Usually, in a normal hijacking, the hijackers want something. They have some demands. They have some goals. The pilot may open the door, come out and talk to them. Say, we'll work with you. We'll help you achieve what it is you want. Tell us what you want. And then I talked with some pilots who said they will actually tell lies to the hijackers. They will say, well, we can't go there because the runways there are too short for this kind of plane, or we don't have enough fuel to make it there. We can go here. But they are trained, get the plane on the ground, and then let law enforcement come aboard. Let law enforcement start to handle it. But it's the pilot's job to try to land the plane safely. And what Hirschman says is that they never, ever would have expected this was a suicide mission. And he says in that case, there's absolutely nothing you can do if the person is intent on killing himself and everyone on board.
Vicki Mabry, thanks. Let's go to Washington and Bob Schieffer. Bob, you know, nobody's into the blame game, at least not this early. But the airlines, for whatever reason, have been allowed to be in charge of, in fact, their own security at our airports and pretty much set the rules of what will be done aboard the aircraft. Obviously, we're going to have some changes. Is there a lot of talk about that in Congress yet?
Well, people are beginning to talk about that, Dan, but there are two things at work here, and that is, number one, Americans want convenience. We are an open society. I mean, you can lock down anything if you put enough security around it, but it is extremely expensive. For one thing, and that's one reason the airlines have not been wanting to do some of the measures that have been suggested in the past, because it is so expensive. The other part, and Dan, you've traveled in Eastern Europe back during the days of the Cold War. We've been in Iran. You know how it was in Poland, places like that. You have extraordinary security in places like that, but it is oppressive. Americans don't like that. They're not used to that. It's not in our tradition. I think what we're going to have to do, Dan, is kind of rethink this whole idea of security. For one thing, it has been suggested to me today, perhaps everybody that gets on an airplane ought to have their picture taken. In the same way, when you go to a convenience store and you go to pay your bill, that camera takes your picture. When you go into the bank to make a transaction, the camera takes your picture. Would that have prevented what happened today? No, but it would have given investigators a place to start and a place to look at their investigation. But I think what we're going to have to do, and I think where the focus here is going to be, is indeed find some way that the civilized world can bring an end to terrorism. Joe Biden is the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. There's a lot of war talk up here today, a lot of bombast. Joe Biden said, I thought, one of the smartest things today. He says this can't be America against the terrorists. This has to be the civilized world against the terrorists, and he says that's where we should start. We must build this coalition that you heard Colin Powell talking about today, you heard the president talking about today. In the end, that's where we're going to make things more secure.
Interesting. Bob Schieffer, thanks. Let's take you again to Lower Manhattan. In some ways, this kind of picture is mesmerizing. So many dedicated workers working so hard, round the clock. It's now after midnight in New York. They brought in these heavy lights. It's hard to tell what exactly is going on here. You could imagine a lot of things. Did they hear somebody in the rubble they think is alive? Has someone seen a body they're trying to get out? What we do know, in just this particular area, these last few minutes, last half hour or so, that they've moved from one section of the rubble, this section right here, to the one adjacent to it. Somebody saw something that moved the operation to where you saw those lights a moment ago. But you keep coming back to so many people working so hard, and they know in their heart of hearts that there may be a few people alive in that rubble, but there can't be many. They know the significance of Mayor Rudolph Giuliani calling for 6,000 body bags. And they know the reality of that eventuality, of what it's going to be. But hoping against hope, they can find someone, anyone, perhaps still alive in this rubble. And it's not unbelievable, because at the time of the Murrah bombing in Oklahoma City, there was one person, I think, found some 15 days after the bombing in the rubble. A big difference here, however. The Murrow building was small, very small compared to the World Trade Center. And what came down in the way of steel and concrete in the Murrow building, it wasn't nothing compared to this. But it's hard to make the comparison. And one reason that there's not a lot of optimism of finding a lot of people alive in the debris is so much weight came down so hurriedly in such a confined area. But nonetheless, you see these men and women, rescue workers, policemen, firemen, doctors, nurses, paramedics, moving, and I mean this in a complimentary sense, like so many ants in an exposed hill, right through the night, doing the best they can with what is, to say the least, grim work that is now estimated it'll have to go on for at least another month, perhaps 2 months and beyond, before the cleanup, the search for bodies, the finding of bodies is all over. It remains an absolutely enormous task. So perhaps we want to just hold on this picture for a moment while each of us has our own thoughts about it. As the workers work and additional lights are brought in, we leave this scene in Lower Manhattan and say that harrowing and heartbreaking details are now emerging of the last cell phone conversations of passengers on the airplanes that went down. Ed Bradley of 60 Minutes has been piecing those calls together.
The flight began in Boston just before 8 yesterday morning. It ended 45 minutes later when Flight 11 smashed into the World Trade Center. A flight attendant aboard the Boeing 767 got through to an American Airlines manager. She reported 2 of her fellow flight attendants had been stabbed. That was the first indication that the hijackers used knives. Reports of the call say she described the terrorists using pepper spray on the cockpit crew. Peter Hansen flew out of Boston, too. Aboard United Flight 175, another 767 bound for Los Angeles, but fated for New York. Peter Hansen, who was traveling with his wife Susan and 2-year-old daughter Christine, called his parents in Connecticut. "Oh my God," he told his father, "they just stabbed the airline hostess. I think the plane is being hijacked." Barbara Olson was a familiar face to TV audiences, an influential conservative commentator married to the Solicitor General of the United States. Like the other flights, her American Airlines 757 was also full of fuel for a Los Angeles flight. Olson made 2 phone calls to her husband. She described how the hijackers, using knife-like instruments, herded the passengers to the back of the plane. Her last words to her husband, "What do I tell the pilot to do?" Barbara Olson died along with 69 fellow passengers and crew when American Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon. At least 4 people aboard United Flight 93 made calls during the 757's flight from Newark, New Jersey. Flight attendant Cece Lyles called her husband Lorne in Florida.
My wife said she just called to tell me that she loved me dearly, and just to tell the boys that she loved us. That's what she said. That's my last message.
A man locked in the restroom on United 93 dialed 911 and talked to emergency dispatchers as the plane veered off its flight plan and steered a course that would take it straight toward Camp David and Washington beyond. When Alice Hoglin's phone rang in San Francisco, it was her son, Mark Bingham, calling from his seat near the front of the aircraft.
He said, "I want to let you know I love you." And I said, "Well, I love you too, Mark." Well, what he said was, "I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and 3 guys have taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb." And I asked him, "Mark, who are they?" And he didn't get a chance to answer me. The phone went dead.
The most intriguing call of all was Thomas Burnett's call to his wife Dina, saying he believed the flight was doomed. He told her he and 2 other passengers planned to do something about it. "I love you, honey," he said. United 93 didn't make it to Camp David or downtown Washington. It crashed here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, 80 miles outside Pittsburgh, taking the lives of the 45 people on board. No others.
Ed Bradley. As the government begins to move toward a war footing, and that's exactly what the government of the United States is moving toward. Jim Stewart in Washington has been investigating what does that mean? Jim?
If there truly is such a thing as a doomsday plan for our government, it had never been tested until now. Thankfully, however, it had been repeatedly rehearsed. The attack heard around the world was delivered to the nation's commander-in-chief in a whisper. Before anyone knew what was really happening, before the president could even give an order, a government survival plan was already starting to unfold. It begins with the Secret Service, which protects the president. L.J. Bowrun is a former director that the Secret Service asked to speak with us. Yesterday, when the president was in Florida, who in that small group would have decided at that moment, we're getting the hell out of here and going to wherever the next spot is?
The agent in charge of the Presidential Protection Detail would have certainly made the decision to take that to the president and the senior staff.
Secret Service decision then to go to an air base in Louisiana first?
He's not legally obligated to do what the Secret Service tells him to do. He's the president of the United States. So it's a recommendation, but it's a recommendation that more often than not is listened to and followed.
In most scenarios, the Secret Service believes that Air Force One is the safest place for the president to be, especially with Washington a target. So they headed to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. That was the first step in a government survival plan that has never been used before. Does this plan have a name?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, I'm not going to say.
Veteran FBI agent Chris Whitcomb is part of the Bureau's Critical Incident Response Group. There is always this clear delineation of what the government's trying to do at the outset of a tragedy like this. One is save lives, and the other is find the bastards.
That's exactly right. Consequence management, investigation, almost everything else falls within that. And the two coordinating agencies, FEMA and the FBI, are going to put these things together. I've seen this happen many times in reality and in practice, and they have come together remarkably well. It's an excellent plan. It has worked very well in the past, and I think yesterday it worked remarkably well, and it's working well now. Frankly, I was given the impression that this was a weapons of mass destruction plan that we executed. It's pretty close. Like a nuclear attack. Look, I mean, this had the same effect as a nuclear attack. You know, you send off a nuclear bomb in New York City, and it's going to have a huge, huge impact in terms of fatalities, property loss, and impact on the government. We had all of those things yesterday. We lost the two probably greatest symbols of New York City, and those two towers that are no longer on the horizon. We lost no number yet, but countless lives, and we lost a huge sense of our own sanctity and security in this country. So it was a major, major weapons of mass destruction attack. As the extent of the attack became more apparent and no one could be certain it was over, the leaders of Congress were airlifted to bunkers outside of Washington, D.C. Is there a code word that goes out? Do beepers go off on these people? How does that get activated?
All of that. All of that.
When you say they're taken to secure sites, are these sites that would be up and running and enable these people to literally run the government from these holes in the ground?
Absolutely.
We are talking holes in the ground.
We are talking about sites that are equipped with the appropriate communication support, survival support, security to ensure the continuity of government.
The president is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the vice president and key members of his cabinet. By mid-afternoon, the vice president was in the Situation Room deep below the White House. The president had been moved to a military base in Nebraska. There is, it appears to me, a conflict in what the immediate goal is for the continuity of government plan, which is to make sure people are safe, make sure that they have a place to go, and the desire of the public to know that, hey, somebody's in charge
this place is not falling apart.
I think the American people have to realize these people need to do a job. Yesterday, everyone went about their job. The emergency people in the streets of New York went about trying to recover the terrible, the victims of that terrible tragedy. And the President of the United States went about trying to maintain the security of the United States. And in between, you have thousands, tens of thousands of people working to do what they need to do in the event of a major crisis. And I think we came out at the end of the day with a sense that the President remained safe, that Congress went to a safe location to maintain a continuity of government, and that the FBI went after the investigations, that FEMA went after recovering the bodies. It worked remarkably well under terrible conditions.
Today, the administration said the White House itself was a target for the terrorist. 7 years ago, when L.J. Bowron was the director of the Secret Service, a small plane, in fact, did crash on White House grounds. It did little damage, but it forced major overhauls in the government's plan to protect the president.
There were a number of changes at the White House with respect to security, many of them not obvious and not apparent and technological in nature. Now, having said that, there's no question that the secure airspace in and around the White House complex, being as close as it is to an international airport and commercial air traffic, presents a huge problem. I mean, it does. There's no way to say that that's not a problem, and yesterday was an example of what a problem it can be.
A problem the likes of which perhaps no government could be expected to anticipate, although it's clear someone is going to have to rewrite the book on safeguarding our leadership. Jim Stewart, CBS News, Washington.
In the hours after the attack on America, many questions have been raised about how it could have happened and whether the vast U.S. intelligence network failed. David Martin has gotten a rare glimpse inside that network and has been looking for some answers.
Some of the intelligence pointing towards Osama bin Laden was picked up in the hours after the attacks by the National Security Agency. The NSA, which eavesdrops on communications around the world, is this country's biggest, most secret, and arguably most important intelligence agency. But why didn't it pick up anything before the attacks? Last winter, 60 Minutes 2 got a first-ever look inside the NSA and spoke with its director, Air Force General Mike Hayden.
You're sitting in the headquarters, David, of a very powerful and a traditionally very secret organization.
NSA operates listening posts all over the world. This one monitors communications in Iraq and throughout the Middle East. The intercepted communications are fed back to the headquarters north of Washington into this operations center run by Richard Baradino.
It's quite frankly intelligence that's flowing from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
The horse's mouth being the adversary.
Correct.
But for all its far-flung technology, NSA did not intercept any communications warning that such a large and sophisticated attack against the citadels of this country's financial and military power was in the works. In the wake of the attacks, Osama bin Laden has emerged as the prime suspect. Bin Laden has long been one of NSA's main targets, but Hayden says he's a hard man to keep track of because he has access to the latest and best communications equipment made right here in the U.S. and available to anyone who can afford it.
I can't comment specifically on who's doing what, but I can say that people who would do harm to us are using encrypted products and services.
But I think people have a hard time understanding why, if during the Cold War you could stay either even or a step ahead of the big bad Soviet Union with all of its might, why you can't stay a step ahead of Osama bin Laden.
Several reasons. One is the Soviet Union, for its telecommunications, had to rely on those things the Soviet Union built. Osama bin Laden has at his disposal the wealth of a $3 trillion a year telecommunications industry that he can rely on.
He has better technology?
That's one. He has better technology available to him. I can't get into operational details about what it is we know or don't know about him.
Requires more on your part, and you're behind the curve.
We're behind the curve in keeping up with the global telecommunications revolution. Yes, we are. And that's the challenge we have.
Documents introduced at the trial of the terrorist who blew up those 2 American embassies in Africa indicated that NSA was actually listening to bin Laden on his satellite phone. But that wasn't enough to head off the bombings or to give any hint that suicide bombers were planning to attack the USS Cole. Hayden says he personally checked and NSA hadn't missed anything. It just wasn't there.
When the coal disaster took place, I had brought to my desk in this office every stitch of NSA reporting that could in any way be related to this. And I went through it report by report. And I sent a letter out to our entire workforce, which was essentially, you've performed well, keep up the good work.
This sounds like the operation was a success, but the patient died.
It's a dangerous world out there, David. I can't guarantee you, in fact, I would refuse to guarantee you, that even if we are at the top of our game, that ill things won't happen to Americans. These are very dedicated, very dangerous adversaries. And we worked very hard against them, and they obviously worked very hard to protect themselves against us.
The U.S. spends $25 billion a year on intelligence, and much of it goes to the NSA. When the dust settles, there will almost certainly be an investigation to determine why the NSA and the other intelligence agencies failed to pick up any signs of a terrorist attack of this magnitude. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
I get a little deeper into this. Earlier tonight I spoke with the former Defense Secretary of the United States, and now, for the purposes of this story, CBS News consultant Bill Cohen. Mr. Secretary, this raises an interesting question. We're now being told, we're told today that our intelligence agencies are picked up after the fact information that Osama bin Laden is tied to these attacks. Question, if they could do that after the fact, why didn't they do it before the fact and give us some warning?
I don't think we have enough information to make that kind of a judgment call right now, but I would point out, during the previous segment, Osama bin Laden and others now have the advantage of acquiring technology which is far more sophisticated than anything they've had in the past. It's encrypted in many instances, and that encryption either is marketed by U.S. firms or their competitors in Europe. And so they can play the United States off against the commercial interests in Europe as well to acquire that technology. Secondly, they now use code words, and every time one of the networks, this one included, broadcasts a story about our ability to collect information or specific calls, that tells those individuals who are watching this network or others to cease and desist those phone calls or to find another means of communication using code words. So we, in effect, are contributing to their ability to hide their activities from us. So it does get very complicated, and we can't simply pass the ball to the NSA and say, you messed up. There's a lot at stake here and a lot of players who are contributing to this particular dilemma that we have. But Dan, I'd like to just, if I could, say a few words about a segment you ran before in talking about the sense of bonding that takes place with the firemen. There has been something that's happened in this country as a result of this terrible act. There has been a rekindling, at least I see it, a rekindling of a sense of patriotism. My wife Janet and I spent 4 years in the Pentagon trying to reconnect America to its military, to remind the American people that there were men and women serving in uniform who were on the front lines and defending our freedom. And we didn't pay them enough or care for them enough or care about their quality of life enough. And to remind ourselves that they are the ones who are making sacrifices every day of every moment of the year on our behalf. We see the same commitment on the part of the policemen, the firemen, the paramedics, the doctors, everyone who is also wearing a type of uniform. And it's my hope that as we dig our way out of this tragedy, that we will have a sense of we will stir ourselves from our apathy and from our lethargy and raise that flag of patriotism very high and volunteer and join our forces, join our civilian forces, join the firemen, the policemen, but give them our support, because now we understand that in the war against terrorism, there are no rear lines. We're all on the front lines, and that's something that's coming through in every segment of the broadcast that I've been witnessing while sitting in this chair.
Mr. Secretary, Ed Bradley with a question for you. If you are able to answer this, can you compare our ability as a country in putting human intelligence on the ground, say in the former Soviet Union, as opposed to human intelligence on the ground with different countries in the Middle East, in Iraq and Afghanistan?
much more difficult. We've had many successes over the years in being able to penetrate a foreign intelligence service and foreign operations in the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union. It is far more difficult today in dealing with the radical extremist groups who are located in isolated areas, who are very clannish, very closely bonded together, and will treat any stranger or any potential infiltrator with very harsh reactions. So it's virtually impossible, not impossible, but also we have to relook and take another examination at whether or not we can call upon individuals who have less than sterling reputations and to call upon them for their service on our behalf. There have been a number of prohibitions against lowering the standard for individuals who would work on behalf of the United States. We have to relook that and see whether or not we have to call upon individuals who have less than sterling reputations and backgrounds to infiltrate these groups in order to help prevent them from getting organized and perpetrating the kind of atrocity we've seen in the last day.
Mr. Secretary, we're fast running out of time, but very quickly, the question arises, we're obviously going to have to spend a lot more money trying to protect our country against this kind of terrorist attack. In your judgment, can we do that and build the defensive missile shield the Bush administration has been talking about?
Well, I think this is a debate that's going to be deferred for a few days or a few weeks at least. The question about the ever-shrinking budget surplus will be off the table, I think, for the immediate future and beyond. But I do think it's going to come back in terms of the consensus that Congress is now expressing on behalf of support for the President in terms of fighting terrorism. That is unanimous. There is solidarity on that issue. I don't think you find the same solidarity in the commitment in terms of funding the National Missile Defense System. I am a supporter of a limited system against a limited type of an attack, but I also believe that we have to devote far more resources to combating the scourge of terrorism, the threat of biological and chemical weapons being used on American soil. That is a more likely threat that we're going to have to contend with. It doesn't mean that we don't try to fund a national missile defense system, but I think the balance is going to shift toward those of the most immediate threat, and that's the one that we saw yesterday, we're likely to see tomorrow and the day after.
Along with the threat of biological and chemical penetration of our defenses.
That is, I think, a more substantial threat that we are going to face. I've talked in the past about the so-called Hart-Rudman Commission, a commission that I supported and helped to provide for the membership of. And they came out with a three-part report. The most recent report very clearly laid out the stark reality that we are likely to see weapons of mass destruction used on American soil in multiple and nearly simultaneous attacks in the immediate future.
Former Defense Secretary William Cohen. The attack on America came, of course, as a shock to most people, but not to those you are about to meet. These are people within Osama bin Laden's inner circle. When they spoke with our team from 60 Minutes 2 several weeks ago, these members of that inner circle offered what we now realize were prophecies of terror, predictions that America and its interests were in grave danger, not specifically from bin Laden, but certainly from many who share his hatred of America. We begin with Khalid Khwaja. For 20 years, he has been Osama bin Laden's teacher, comrade in arms, and spiritual brother. 2 months before yesterday's tragic events, he told us nothing is safe from an enraged Muslim world, and that an attack would be easier than many Americans realize.
America is a very vulnerable country. You are a very open country. I tell you, your White House is the most vulnerable target. It's very simple to just get it. But we cannot do it. But if thing reaches to that the jihad is declared against America, then it will be very simple for the people to do it.
Khalid Khwaja said this to 60 Minutes 2 producer George Cryle.
What do you mean the White House is vulnerable?
It's very vulnerable.
Why?
Why? Because what is there after? Because you see how difficult it is over there to blow it up for somebody.
I assume it's very difficult, or else someone would have done it by now.
No, this is what you see. This is the problem. Don't underestimate. It takes only maximum 1 or 2 lives to have it. It's not difficult.
And that's not difficult to find 2 people prepared to sacrifice their lives.
Not at all. For the cause, we have people available.
The White House wasn't hit, but this prophetic warning given 2 months ago, was disturbingly accurate. And on this tour through Afghanistan and Pakistan with Khwaja, we got a look at how America has come to be seen here as the enemy of Islam. At this gathering of mullahs in Islamabad, Pakistan, the signs on the wall said it all.
They say the United Nations is a slave girl.
It's a bitch of the...
Yeah, this is exactly.
United Nations organization is the bitch of the international state-sponsored terrorism.
Osama is the hero to the Muslim world, read one banner. Another said the United States is trying to destroy the Islamic way of life. But the men here weren't just angry mullahs. Some were once America's closest allies, including the man who ran Pakistan's intelligence service, as well as some of the Afghan warriors we trained to fight the Soviets. For Milt Bearden, the CIA officer who helped run the Afghan war in partnership with these men, this hostility is alarming.
It's sort of chilling. It certainly is chilling when you think that there are people who at one point were very, very close to us in a common undertaking, who believe now that the important thing is that they know our weaknesses and we don't know theirs.
This desolate landscape is where Bearden's CIA-backed Afghan warriors against the Soviets used to operate, and ironically, it's what happened here 3 years ago that explains much of the rage Khwaja and his friends now feel.
This is one piece of the cruise missiles.
This was ground zero of the massive 1998 U.S. cruise missile attack on bin Laden and his training camps. Just as anger is engulfing America today, back then, the U.S. was enraged by the twin bombings of the U.S. embassies in Africa and felt something had to be done.
You people are cowards. Throwing missiles from 1,000 miles, an act of cowardness. Don't expect this kind of cowardness from us.
Khwaja and our Taliban hosts insisted that bin Laden was not training terrorists to attack America here, and instead of hitting bin Laden or any of his high command, they say many innocent people were killed or wounded, including 6 children. But today Osama bin Laden is viewed as the champion of the Muslim world, and most everyone here sees the missile attack, much like Khwaja, as a call to arms.
Okay, you tell me, if we go and kill 1,000 people there in the United States, what will you think? What would your country would like to do? Retaliate. Okay, we are also human beings like you are. Why don't you understand this thing? That we are exactly the same kind of human being like you people are. Our people also want to retaliate.
Remember, Khwaja said that 2 months ago, and he also said this.
Your people are brought up in such a way they don't want to die. They don't want to get injured. If you lose about 100,000 people, and you know what's going to happen back home. You can imagine that. If you just lose 100,000 people one day and about another 200,000 injured, so what is going to happen over there? You can just imagine. For us, it is no an ordinary life.
Here now to elaborate and lend more context. The veteran and distinguished CIA officer we met in that report, Milt Bearden. He joins us from our Washington bureau tonight. Thank you for being with us. What's at stake in the way we respond to these attacks, Mr. Bearden?
Dan, I think just about everything is at stake. There is probably no more important action that the United States will take in the last 40 or 50 years than how we handle retribution and retaliation for what happened yesterday in New York and in Washington.
Well, if the president should come to you and ask you, what do you think I should do, what would you tell him?
I'd tell him, first off, steady as she goes. The president has the most complete backing of the American people that I've seen in 40 years of public service. He's got a Congress that is totally behind him. He's not troubled with extraneous problems. He can focus, go steady as she goes, focus on finding out who did this thing yesterday, and then dealing with it in a way that will not bring yet more troubles to us.
Well, it's pretty obvious that a judgment is coalescing around the president that it was Osama bin Laden.
I know we live in a country where we're often told that the first thing that comes to your mind, put it down, put the little mark in there. I feel slightly uncomfortable because I spent so many years wondering how the myth of Osama bin Laden got started. We have the Osama bin Laden who was the great war hero in Afghanistan. We have Osama bin Laden who was trained by CIA, funded and supported by CIA during 3 years of war. I was there at the same time bin Laden was there. He was not the great warrior that went and fought the Soviet Union to a standstill. CIA had nothing to do with him. I think that that mythological Osama bin Laden, never mind that he's an absolutely evil man, but the mythological Osama bin Laden causes me trouble, and I think maybe there is another answer out there. I'm not certain that I know what it is.
Well, the Taliban insist that neither they nor bin Laden had anything to do with these attacks. You know, you're one of our most experienced diplomat and warriors with long experience in Afghanistan. Do you believe them?
You got two choices. You can believe them or not believe them. Let's take it one at a time briefly. The Taliban have made the president's day a little easier by saying, one, we didn't do this, and two, we can guarantee you that Osama bin Laden didn't do this. Those are important distinctions because their neck is on the line now. They have so thoroughly implicated themselves in this vicious, cowardly deed that if they are lying, the president has no problems, no compunction in dealing with them as he would deal with Osama bin Laden. But that's only true if it's Osama bin Laden that's behind this. If they're telling us the truth and we were to strike at them and Osama bin Laden, that would be a grave mistake and not without consequences. And we saw yesterday what these kind of consequences can be.
Well, what about the argument that goes, listen, the Taliban has been giving sanctuary to Osama bin Laden. We know that he's been involved, these are in quotes if you will, in Washington. We know he's been involved with the coal, with the embassy bombings in Africa. And so what needs to be done is mount a swift, sure, overwhelming military operation that deals with Osama bin Laden and the Taliban because they've been protecting him.
Well, I think we know, we're reasonably certain that he was behind the East African bombings. There's a lot of good reason to believe he was behind the coal. But we went after him once before in August of 1998, and all we managed to do was bounce some rubble around in Afghanistan and to raise the level of anti-Americanism over there. If we really believe it, and I think we should test the theory somewhere along the line, but if we really conclude that he did it, then let's go after him. If we have a problem along the line with the Taliban, and if they are implicated in this and have lied to us on this, then they have to take their lumps along with Osama bin Laden. But let me make one point here, and that's if you strike at a king, you must kill him. We cannot go in one more time and miss this man. We've got to get him if we go after him. Therefore, if we're going to do that, let's be sure. That's why I say steady as you go, Mr. President.
Well, Milt Bearden, again, you're one of our most experienced people with long experience in Afghanistan. What does your gut tell you about who's responsible for these attacks this week?
My gut tells me we don't know the answer yet. My gut tells me that I'm not going to go with the first answer that comes to mind, but that there's quite possibly something else out there. Experts will jump on you and say it's Osama bin Laden's M.O. He's the only one that is capable of this type of coordinated attack. My answer to them is he's the only one you know that's capable of this kind of attack. This was a tremendously sophisticated operation against the United States. More sophisticated than anybody would ever have ascribed to Osama bin Laden. I think we need to do a little homework. We need to appoint a team B that looks for somebody else. I'm just not convinced it was bin Laden.
There's no question in my mind that you're skeptical that Osama bin Laden, aided and abetted, or at least protected by the Taliban, should be the principal target of some large military operation. If I'm wrong about that, tell me now.
No, you're not wrong, Dan. I'm saying is, let me step back one step on this and say Osama bin Laden is an evil man, and he's a component of the terrorism that we're dealing with across the board. All I'm saying is that I think Osama bin Laden has become the metaphor for the entire problem of terrorism involving Muslims with perceived grievances against the United States. And I think it would be wrong to say this is a one-size-fits-all operation and to go after bin Laden, because an operation as sophisticated as carried out yesterday was an operation that was concealed from us for months probably before it took place. It happened without essentially a hitch except for one aircraft. And there is no reason to believe that these same people weren't capable of covering their tracks somehow on the way out. Now, I would go so far as to say that this group who was responsible for that, if they didn't have an Osama bin Laden out there, they'd invent one, because he's a terrific diversion for the rest of the world. Could I be wrong? Of course, I could be wrong. You know, it could be Osama bin Laden. If that's the case, it's an easy solution for the president, because the Taliban have lied to him yesterday directly, and that's it.
But you remain unconvinced. Ed Bradley.
Just one simple question. If we are convinced that it is Osama bin Laden, how do we find him? How do we go in and get him with any degree of certainty?
You're going to have to get back in the neighborhood. We can't expect to penetrate into the circles in that country where one man will only trust his brother to carry a message. I would receive messages from a commander in central Afghanistan that would be only sent by his brother. And it's the only way I could send a message back to him. To penetrate into those circles is a near impossibility. But if we start rebuilding a coalition, and I'm not talking about going just to London, Paris, and Berlin to get our friends to help us with this. I'm talking about us going to Cairo, to Islamabad, to Khartoum, to Amman, to other places, and get those people to get into this coalition with us, to get into this joint undertaking with us. And then I think we could probably ultimately get Mr. bin Laden, but it won't be in something that's classical or Tom Clancy. It'll be in something that'll have a surprising twist to it.
Milt Bearden, one of our most experienced former CIA operatives with deep experience in Afghanistan and Sudan. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. We now want to take you back down to Lower Manhattan, where the grim, gritty, hard work of trying to remove some of the debris, look for people who possibly, conceivably still be alive in the debris, and also the search for bodies. Now, if you're saying to yourself, why is it so light down there? They brought in a tremendous number of lights to light this particular area, and many, many people have formed now what amounts to a kind of bucket brigade. For what purpose, it's a little unclear. In fact, it's unknown. We'd like to take you back to places such as this in the lower part of Manhattan to remind you, as we remind ourselves, that the cutting edge of this story remains. The families of victims, the victims and the workers who are out there trying to find anybody who's alive, find bodies when they can. The mayor of New York has asked for 6,000 body bags to be sent in. And while the death toll officially counted remains in the dozens, it is expected to jump as the days, weeks, and months go by. As you look at this scene, you may want to know that the Los Angeles Times reporters William Rempel and Richard Serrano have an interesting story in the Wednesday newspaper. Quote, authorities searching nationwide for terrorists behind the deadly airliner attacks on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center have identified a team of as many as 50 infiltrators who supported or carried out the strikes. A source on this is said to be familiar with the investigation. That is their sourcing. The source said that about 40 of the 50 men had been accounted for, including those killed in the suicide attacks. However, it said 10 remain at large. In the hours immediately after the assaults, this source said, agents searching cars and apartments up and down the East Coast found suicide notes in New York that some of the hijackers wrote for their parents. And here's a line that would explain what was not so explainable during the day, and that is not all of the members of this estimated 50 infiltrator team were hijackers. Authorities kept the nation's airports closed to commercial traffic for a second day, partly to prevent the conspirators, the 10 still known to be at large, from fleeing the country. And that would explain why the FAA's behavior today was first one thing and then the other. This is a copyrighted story, an exclusive story in the Los Angeles Times. This is the high shot of that scene being lit by the Klieg lights. There are, gosh, to my eye, an estimated, what, maybe 100 people working in this one, when I say small area, small compared to the area that has been stricken by the terrorist attacks. Keep in mind that Lower Manhattan, everything below 14th Street is closed to traffic, and will be again tomorrow. Well, in those Twin Towers and nearby were offices that form the very heart of American business. It's now all in ruin and rubble. But what kind of impact will the destruction of this business center have? 60 Minutes' Leslie Stahl has been looking into that.
We're conducting a recovery
Wall Street firms that lost hundreds of people yesterday were having to deal with the grieving and the unknowing, using video and websites to communicate with employees and customers. Jeff Greenberg, chairman of insurance giant MMC, recorded an emotional message about his 1,700 people who worked in the towers. 700 are missing.
We cherish our family, and when you lose any member, it hurts. Although we have much to do, I can assure you that MMC is up to the challenge.
That's the tone almost every company tried to set. Concern about their missing workers, reassurance to their customers.
I think is extremely important everybody get to their clients. The firm is in great shape. All of our systems are working.
Philip Purcell is chairman of Morgan Stanley, a big investment firm with 3,500 workers in the World Trade Center on 15 floors. As many as 800 of their team are missing.
We have a lot of stories of courage, a lot of stories of compassion, and we're going to be fine.
Given that the markets have been closed for 2 days and will be for at least one more, the heads of the big firms are anxious to impart a sense of strength and well-being. David Kamansky is chairman of Merrill Lynch.
Merrill Lynch is huge in the retail business. You probably have your pulse on the public's mood today as well as anybody in terms of the markets. What are you hearing from the public? Are people saying, get my money out?
No, we don't. We have not heard of that type of reaction. We don't sense panic out there. We're counseling people as strongly as we can to be objective about their judgments. And now is the time for one to keep their wits about them.
Don't take money out, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying don't panic. Don't react emotionally.
He said he spent most of the day on the phone with government officials in Washington.
Is it true, as I had heard, that Washington very much wanted the market opened, and that companies like yours were saying, well, wait a minute, you know, we can't go down there in the rubble?
Well, I think everybody involved, ourselves included, and I would speak for myself, emotionally would like the markets to reopen as soon as possible. By the same token, people in the government do recognize that it's pointless for us to open if we couldn't function and support it properly.
Was there pressure?
Not pressure, no.
What would you call it? Because I heard Washington wanted to open. Wanted you to open.
I think it was the expression of a desire to open that I described.
Merrill Lynch headquarters are still standing in the World Financial Center. They'll be back in business in just a few days.
What happens when a company, a Wall Street company, was completely wiped out? They had their headquarters in the World Trade Center. They don't exist anymore.
No, I guess you're referring to Cantor Fitzgerald.
Cantor Fitzgerald, tell us about them.
Which is probably represents 20 to 25% of the activity in the government bond market. They're a huge factor in that market. And to the best of my knowledge, they suffered severe loss, and I'm not sure what capability they have.
I talked to several top Wall Street executives, all of whom are confident that virtually every firm in the Twin Towers had backup files in other locations. And that's the message they're trying to get out to customers.
We want to assure you that your Oppenheimer Fund accounts are secure. All records are kept at our Denver facility and are backed up daily.
People haven't talked much about this yet, but there's suddenly a huge shortage of office space in Manhattan. Take the case of this law firm, Thatcher, Proffitt & Wood. Yesterday they were headquartered in the World Trade Center. Today they're in a small branch office in White Plains, desperately searching for new space.
We have kind of here made a decision, and they've looked at about 4 or 5 spaces in New York, and it is kind of a mad dash to get all this stuff done.
Jack Williams is the firm's senior partner.
The word that we've gotten is that there's about almost 12 million square feet of space having been taken off the market by the actions of yesterday, by the tragedy of yesterday.
Well, Anthony Mason, strong piece. Let's talk some now about the effect all of this is having on the U.S. economy.
Well, I think the resounding effect we're not going to feel for a little while yet. We've talked about this some in the last 2 days, and in fact we've been talking about the fragility of the economy for weeks and months. The real question is, what's the blow to the confidence of this nation in itself and in its safety and security? If that's been hit, then confidence will be a big casualty here. And if that's the case, then a lot of economists are saying we'll probably slip into recession. It won't be devastating necessarily, but the economy will go through almost sort of a period of mourning for a while. In the Gulf War, we have precedent. 10 years ago, when Saddam invaded Kuwait, it precipitated a sell-off in the markets, and it led us into recession for three quarters of negative growth. And then we had a very anemic recovery. That's the only thing we really have to compare it to.
In the very short run, we have Congress is very likely to pass before the week is out, if not tomorrow before the week is out, a $20 billion emergency package which is being billed generally as sort of a down payment on the new war on terrorism. By the way, that $20 billion, is my understanding, does not include what they think it's going to take to repair the Pentagon, which will not be a small ticket.
Mm-hmm. The interesting point that one financial historian made to me, he said, we've been trying to stimulate the economy with tax cuts. He said we may now have to try to stimulate the economy with defense spending. We may have to turn the way we look at this thing around and try to find a new solution to stimulate the economy. And there may be the sentiment behind it now.
Now, for these companies, particularly these investment firms, many of them didn't want the markets to open on Thursday.
The people I talked to today said they're ready, they can do it. But you have to understand, in that rubble that we were looking at a short time ago is the wreckage of a lot of financial firms, and in some cases virtually entire offices. Leslie Stahl in her piece referred to Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a big bond trading firm. They had 1,000 employees on the 101st to 105th floor. As of this afternoon, they'd accounted for 85. That they are a major player in the bond market, and they're trying to find their people. Now, for a lot of companies, it's not a matter of people, it's a matter of real estate. I spoke to someone at another company who hasn't lost anybody, but 5,500 desks are either off limits down there or have been destroyed. They have to move all those people. So there's a lot of logistics going on for all these companies. They can do business, they have backup systems, but it's not easy.
I asked you this question once before, and you gave me an answer which was a correct answer, but I didn't put it in the full context. And I said, for workaday people who say, what's going to happen to my mutual fund? What's going to happen to my pension fund? You said, look, your records are secure. They're okay. But let's address that question in the broader, if you will, deeper sense. I'm talking about what happens to the price of the mutual fund, what happens to the investments in the pension funds.
Well, obviously right now with the markets closed, it can't move. And part of the reason that many of these firms wanted to wait a day or so for the markets to open is so that everybody is ready and you have a stable opening process. You don't want markets opening when things are off kilter. It's just bad. So they wanted everybody to be ready, make sure all systems are working. The last thing these people want is to reopen the market and have something crash for some reason, for some technical reason they haven't foreseen. They're very concerned about phone lines, about power supplies, about infrastructure. Everybody wants to make sure that's okay. That's actually more dangerous than where your money sits right now. Your money isn't going anywhere. It's in the accounts.
Anthony Mason, thanks. It is early Thursday in the East, just past 10 o'clock Wednesday night in the West, as CBS continues our coverage. Headlines of this hour: administration officials say the White House and Air Force One, as well as President Bush himself, were targets of the terrorists. At least some of the hijackers got instruction at U.S. flight schools. Congress moves toward approving the use of force under the War Powers Act. New York City has asked for 6,000 body bags. Officially, 82 bodies so far have been recovered. Thousands are missing. The civilian flight ban goes on, though some diverted flights are being allowed to resume. And stocks open slightly higher in Tokyo Thursday morning. The New York Stock Exchanges will open Friday or possibly as late as Monday. Let's go. The attack on America turned one corner of New York City, the heart of this country's financial district, into rubble. And we've been showing scenes of activity there tonight, and we may take you back there after a bit. But right now, let's pick up on a Scott Pelley report. Pelley was out there all day long, but I'm told in a quick shift, instead of doing that, we'll go to John Roberts at the White House and then catch up with the rest of that stuff in a moment. John?
Well, Dan, still some activity on Capitol Hill even at this hour. The House of Representatives just completed voting on a resolution condemning terrorism and expressing solidarity with the president in his determination to punish the perpetrators of these acts and their sponsors. There were no nay votes, a handful of people who didn't vote, but Dan, probably only because of the lateness of the hour. The measure passed through the Senate earlier today by a vote of 100 to nothing. The president is going to Congress for a couple of other things. He is seeking $20 billion in emergency funding for recovery and retaliation. He is also working with Congress on a resolution to throw the full support of both houses and both parties behind any military activity. And it's almost certain, Dan, that in the wake of these attacks yesterday, there will be military activity, though I would imagine that any response would probably come later rather than sooner. As the president left the White House for a little while today to tour the devastation of the Pentagon and say thanks to the people who have been working to exhaustion, trying to search the rubble for any possible survivors and aid in the recovery of those who were killed, the administration says that the president has no intention of acting in the short term, no quick hit for symbolic reasons. Not the least of which reasons are because he still needs to identify who is responsible, and once those people have been identified, what targets then to hit. The declaration that this was an act of war in the past has usually come with certain targets of fleets, troops, and or bases. We don't know who these people even are, or where their bases are, or what assets they might have to hit. The president did express gratitude today, though, Dan, that the 18 other NATO nations passed a resolution invoking Article 5 of the NATO Charter. This is the Mutual Defense Clause of the Charter, which stipulates that an attack on one NATO member is an attack on all. It's not necessarily to say that all of those nations would be involved in any military strike against those people responsible. They could offer logistical, even political support to such an attack. And the president today and Secretary of State Colin Powell saying that they are attempting to build a broad coalition to declare a new war on terrorism. And Dan, just to give you a sense of what the atmosphere of the White House is, if I could venture a historic reference, the man who up until yesterday, the man who led what was up until yesterday the most infamous sneak attack against America, the attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto said, after that attack, I fear that all we have done is awaken a slumbering giant and filled him with a terrible resolve. Today, President Bush said that this is a monumental war against good and evil. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. Dan.
John Roberts. This attack on America, as I said a few moments ago, turned one part of New York City, the heart of this country's financial district, into rubble and ruin. Scott Pelley spent the day reporting from the scene.
Ground zero. right between the remnants of the two shattered towers. Late today, a body wrapped in the American flag was pulled from the wreckage. It was believed to be that of a New York City firefighter, one of perhaps hundreds who were caught in the collapse of the towers as they themselves were struggling to save the victims of the attack. In this plaza, once a crossroads of the world, hundreds of firemen, doctors, paramedics pulled at the mountain of debris, shoulder to shoulder with average New Yorkers, iron workers, carpenters, nurses, all volunteers. John Steele is a volunteer nurse who hoped to make miracles here, but there have been precious few of those. You pulled two people out of here. Tell me about that.
Approximately 5 o'clock this morning. Sun wasn't really quite up yet. We located one victim.
Alive?
No. Unfortunately, deceased. What was remaining of the victim, I should say. And shortly after that, we located another victim of the tragedy, also deceased. We were able to retrieve that victim's body also and bring it to the morgue.
Can you describe these people to me?
Physically, I really can't because, fortunately, there wasn't really much left of them.
You've been all over this place where we are, ground zero, for 18 hours. What are the chances? What are the chances that there's somebody alive, do you think?
Well, to be honest with you, we did retrieve a police officer this morning who was trapped for approximately 11 hours last night. From what I understand, I can't confirm this is true or not, apparently he was on the 80th floor.
That rescued officer was treated by Dr. Tony Daher. He and his partner, Dr. Lincoln Cleveland, are emergency room physicians from New York University Hospital downtown.
I was here when they extricated the police officer at 8 o'clock this morning, who was in very good shape, actually, amazingly enough. I think right now it's just going to be a very slow process of digging through rubble. We saw all our casualties yesterday at our hospital stopped at about noon.
It got really strange and very spooky. Things just stopped coming in that had anything to do with the blast. And, you know, at the time, I was thinking, you can read a couple things into that. Either people are buried and they're going to start bringing bodies out, or just everybody died.
Where are all the people who were in these buildings?
The buildings were built, the structural support of the building is the shell, is the skin of the building. I remember when they were built. I'm a New Yorker. The innovative architecture of it is that the outer shell is where the strength of it is. And I think what happened is the whole thing imploded. It was like a chute that went straight down.
What does that mean to the inside?
It means that the explosion has nowhere to go except down. I think another building collapses, there's toppling, pieces fall off, there's a diffusion of the energy, and in this collapse, the energy all went straight down. And I think that, tragically, anybody in that chute did not survive. I think it probably had the force of close to a nuclear blast.
These firemen from Brooklyn have been taking the mountain down piece by piece, and many of them share the pessimism of the doctors.
It's what?
It's just huge rubble.
Do you see anything of the victims, of the people who were in the building?
You've got 110 stories on top of everybody over there. It's just tough to say.
110 stories on top of everybody.
That's what the two buildings were. Everybody's working together, you know, the whole city, trying to get people out.
How do you dig this up?
Piece by piece. Hand by hand. That's why you just make the change and get the debris out. That's all you can do.
110 stories at ground level.
110 stories at ground level.
We got a shot, you see the antenna that was on top of the tower. It's at ground level. This one.
And yet there are no people to be seen.
They pulled out a couple of Port Authority cops alive.
Right, last night?
Last night, this morning. Suppose they were like on the 80th floor from what we heard. But that's it so far.
The only treatment at Ground Zero was of the rescue workers themselves, overcome by the dust and the smoke and the heat. This physician is treating them and then sends them back in.
What we're doing for the rescue workers right now is providing oxygen, giving them breathing treatments, washing out eyes, washing faces, giving them water, giving them Tylenol, aspirin, rehydrating them orally. That's about it. I mean, we're there for them. They just pick right up and go back.
The volunteers come from throughout the region. You look exhausted.
A lot of work up there.
Have you been able to pull anybody out of there?
I haven't seen anybody come out.
You haven't seen anybody come out? How long have you been here?
Oh, quite a few hours.
There were thousands, probably, of people in these buildings.
Sure.
Where are they? Where did they go?
So got to be down in those sub-basements, I would imagine.
Down in the sub-basements.
It's just right all the way down, right through.
What do you make of this?
It's a horrible thing, something I'll hope to never see again. It's unbelievable.
They're saying they're comparing this to Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, at least they could defend themselves. These were helpless people, you know, wives, women, children, and it was just uncalled for.
This is the center of the rescue effort. Behind me, you can see what's left of one of the 110-story Twin Towers. A lot of these iron workers are volunteers who have come in from all over the city, men and women who are more used to putting these buildings up than taking them down.
Fred Clark has done both here. As a carpenter, he helped build the towers 30 years ago. Now, he's working on the mountain of debris.
You would never believe that it's gone. I mean, I look at it, I've never seen anything. I was in Vietnam, I've never seen anything like this. Nothing like this to compare to this.
What do you see now?
What I see now is just heartbreaking, and I'm hopeful now. I'm here with the rest of a lot of volunteers from my locals, hopefully to find somebody still alive amongst this. As I say, the longer the time takes to get to it, I'm sure the less the chances are that anyone will be alive. But it's horrifying. It's horrifying.
That has become painfully clear to many doctors who have been here from the start. You were here last night. What did you see then?
I think the most vivid thing was a picture of that Century 21 sign, building on fire, and the fire truck with the American flag undulating with the well-lit light. And I think that said it all.
You know, Doctor, it seems to me that it must be very frustrating to be a physician and to have really so few patients to treat here.
You know, I don't know the numbers yet, but I certainly hope that means that a lot of people made it out alive. And obviously, it's horrific and incredible tragedy for those people who lost their lives.
What do you make of this?
Words fail. Words fail.
When I call off your name, sound off, loud and vigorous. Adrian!
All day, the help kept coming. Troops from the Army Reserve and the National Guard came to the battle zone to help secure the entire lower end of Manhattan Island, which is now closed. Closed for both the search for bodies and the search for clues.
In addition here, there's a crime scene investigation. We've seen a number of FBI agents with trash bags loaded with debris, and we ran into one New York City police officer who told us that his unit is looking in all the buildings around us, trying to find the black box recorder from one of the airplanes. They believe it could have ended up anywhere within a half-mile area.
In the search for bodies, there is a growing realization that there may be no one left alive. But for volunteer nurse John Steele and the others, there are powerful reasons to keep on going.
It must be frustrating as a nurse to have so many victims here, and you can't get to them, and you can't help them.
No, I think at this point, when in that kind of situation, the best thing that we can do is to try to do the right thing for the remainder of the family. Try to locate their loved ones, properly identify them, and hopefully give them something to have a closure with, to put this into perspective.
For a moment of perspective, look at the Trade Center towers before the attack. Tower number 1 held a 300-foot mast used for television transmitters. Firefighters believe this is the tip of that mast today, standing upright but at ground level. By late afternoon, a fireman carried an American flag to the mast and raised it. Fellow firefighters wept as the stars and stripes flew in the smoke-filled sky. and remained above them as they worked into twilight's last gleaming.
A picture for our memory. Scott Pelley. The toll from this catastrophe is expected to be enormous. We do not yet know the names of most of those lost, but here are just a few of those we do know. Tara Creamer, age 30, from Worcester, Massachusetts. She didn't fly much and was said to be nervous about traveling without her husband and 2 young kids. She was on American Flight 11, the first plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Also on that flight, David Angel of West Barrington, Rhode Island, age 54. He was the executive producer of the television show Frasier. He was traveling with his wife Lynn to Los Angeles after attending a family wedding. Richard Ross, age 58, from Newton, Massachusetts. He was also on Flight 11. He ran his own consulting company and enjoyed sailing. He leaves behind a wife and 3 children. Leslie Whittington, age 45, a professor from University Park, Maryland. She was traveling with her husband and 2 young girls to Australia for a family trip. They were all on American Flight 77, which crashed into the Pentagon. Mark Bingham, a graduate student from San Francisco. He spoke with his mother from a cell phone just moments before United Flight 93 went down near Pittsburgh. And Captain Ray Downey from Long Island, New York. He was a firefighter. He went with a team of New York firefighters to Oklahoma City in 1995 after the Murrah building was bombed. Yesterday morning, he was working to save lives at the scene of another disaster. He was in the World Trade Center. For many, the reality of so much loss is only now beginning to sink in. For some insight, we are joined now by Dr. Robert Pinus in Los Angeles. He's a psychiatrist and director of the UCLA Trauma Psychiatric Program. Thank you for being with us, Doctor. What's the effect on people of not knowing what happened to their loved ones?
Well, that's an extraordinarily difficult situation. To be worried about someone one loves and someone's close to you and not know for hours, days, sometimes weeks what's happened to them is an excruciating and almost unbearable feeling that I think is becoming even more difficult for those families at this point. You had an earlier part of your program where you talked to some of those families and you could see how difficult it has proven to be for them as the hours and days have gone by at this point, and how much they pray for some information that perhaps their loved one is still alive. We do know that even for those where someone may well have survived, but that as family members had worried for them again for hours, that feeling does not go away even when that loved one returns, that worry about them can last for a long period of time and make it difficult to be apart and make separations more difficult, and that it's a very difficult feeling to tolerate.
Dr. Pinus, who is most prone to emotional trauma in cases such as this?
I think it's very important to understand that there are very many different groups of families, adults and children across America right now. There are clearly those who were at the heart of each of the places in which these terrorist acts had occurred, who have perhaps survived the actual attack, but who are suffering under the enormity of what their experience was like, and simultaneously the experience of perhaps and certainly seeing others who may have been injured or died during that time. And they're very prone to have the kind of reactions that we call post-traumatic stress, in which it's very difficult for them to get away from the images of what happened within their minds. They can feel their own emotional life become more constricted. They can feel physical changes in themselves that last for a considerable period of time. The kind of jumpiness and startle that comes from being in an explosion, kind of sleep disturbance that makes them easy to wake and to have difficulty sleeping afterwards, the kind of irritability that makes it hard for them to be with family members or to be with their peers at work. I think you need to keep in mind that that's most likely for those who've had the most extreme experiences. On the other hand, this event is going to reach far across the United States and deep into many communities, because it's not only the trauma for those who had been there, but as your last story would suggest, the degree of loss is very, very grave, and the numbers are going to be very large. That means that it's going to reach into many families and communities, and they're going to be suffering from traumatic bereavement, which is a very difficult type of way to have a loss, sudden, unexpected, through violent, intentional, malevolent means, and under horrible circumstances. And when we normally have a loss, people often come to terms with that loss and deal with what it means to remember that person and to deal with missing them. But in this circumstance, their mind's often going to go back to this way in which their loved ones died, which is so difficult. And I think that you also are going to have other groups across the country that may not be as directly affected in that way, but for example, there are many parents who fly for business, who fly and need to be separated from their families. And those families and those children may especially have a set of concerns during that time. So trying to suggest that there are many different groups, and each of them is vulnerable to different sets of reactions and responses, and each of them may need a special kind of support, parent to child, child to parent, family member to family member, peer to peer, and they may need professional assistance in different ways as well.
Dr. Robert Pinus, thank you very much for being with us. Security was certainly on the minds of the people who designed and built the World Trade Center. As John Blackstone reports, those who believed this engineering marvel, and it was an engineering marvel, those who believed it could withstand anything were unfortunately proven tragically wrong.
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, destroyed yesterday, were once more than dominating features of the Manhattan skyline. They were symbols of achievement and success. From the observation decks on the top floors, tourists from around the world got their most memorable views of New York. When the World Trade Center was built in the 1960s, its soaring steel columns made it like nothing constructed before. Huge prefabricated sections were hoisted into position as the towers grew higher at an impressive pace.
In retrospect, would it have been different had there been more supporting beams in a greater area around this building?
Well, frankly, it's hard to imagine a building having more steel than this structure.
The innovative design was like a square donut. The strength was in the steel columns of the outer walls and the steel of the central core. At the beginning, the towers seemed incredibly stable, each apparently absorbing the impact of a Boeing 767 traveling at close to 500 miles an hour. The explosion of jet fuel that followed was the equivalent of a massive bomb, says physics professor Stephen Block.
The energy in a fully laden 767 is nearly equal to a kiloton of TNT being exploded. This is a staggering amount of energy, and it's equivalent, roughly speaking, to about a 20th of the energy that was deposited in the bomb that leveled Hiroshima.
But still, the towers stood. The blazing jet fuel, however, created fires burning hot enough to weaken the steel that held the World Trade Center high.
It wasn't the impact, it wasn't the shaking, it was fire.
It was definitely the fire that took the building down.
As the fire burned on, experts say, temperatures rose above 1,000 degrees to the point where steel loses its strength.
Once it began to fail, it dragged in the floors and proceeded to pancake floor by floor so that the entire building collapsed.
Architect Jim Malott says new standards for fireproofing and structural support may grow from this tragedy.
When you build something this big, it better not fail.
But engineer Rick Zatola, who worked at the World Trade Center, says no construction code could have protected the Twin Towers from this attack.
We're very devastated by this. We're builders. We create things. And it's really hard to see something that we created be just destroyed. We'll have to now be rebuilders.
John Blackstone with a report on those who engineered, designed, and built the World Trade Center towers that have now been destroyed. There's news around this late night and early morning. Dateline Washington, a bipartisan resolution vowing U.S. retaliation for this most deadly terror attack ever on American soil, got congressional approval in the early hours of Thursday, Washington time. The House passed the bill 408 to 0, and this was after the Senate had also unanimously approved it 100-0. And this gives President Bush wide-ranging powers. And behind that, money is being appropriated by the Congress, which will give the President additional wide-ranging powers to spend that money. And the Los Angeles Times has an exclusive story that says authorities searching nationwide for the terrorists behind the attacks have identified a team of as many as 50 infiltrators who supported or carried out the strikes. The source on this story in the Los Angeles Times is said to be a source familiar with the investigation. This source says that 40 of the 50 infiltrators estimated have been accounted for, including some who were killed in the suicide attacks. But 10 of the alleged infiltrators remain at large. And by the way, as we watch this scene of activity in Lower Manhattan, exactly what they're doing, we still do not know. But they have this long bucket line, and they've been working here for at least the last hour and an hour and a half. They have no way of knowing what we're reporting to you here. They're focused on the job at hand there, and a grim job indeed it is. But the Los Angeles Times, quoting what it considers to be a dependable source, says that of 50 infiltrators, 40 of them have been accounted for, but 10 are still at large, and that one reason, at least a part reason, for the FAA keeping the nation's airports mostly closed to commercial traffic for a second day was to prevent the 10 conspirators who haven't been accounted for from fleeing the country. It's said that the 50 infiltrators were in this country mostly, if not entirely, on work permits, and that a number of them trained at U.S. flight schools, and there was at least one graduate of a U.S. flight school on each of the planes that were involved in the terror acts. Now, credit card receipts and other evidence, according to the LA Times, indicates that some of the hijackers paid for flight training, paid with cash. Some of them paid with credit cards. A federal agent involved in the probe is quoted as saying that authorities believe 27 suspected terrorists in all received various kinds of pilot training in this country, in Florida and in one other state. There's also tonight, so far not completely confirmed, report that at least one of those suspected of being involved in the hijackings had what's called a ramp pass at one of the airports. And that would raise a lot of new questions about how such a person got that ramp pass, if indeed he was the only one who had it. Now, could the terror that struck the skies yesterday have been prevented? Prevention is one of those things that everybody's scratching their head about. For some perspective on that, I spoke earlier with Louis Mizell, an author who tracks terrorist activities around the world. Should we have been surprised by this tactic of crashing an airplane into a building? I was surprised, but should we have been?
The tactic of using an aircraft as a weapon is not new, so we shouldn't have been surprised. Shocked at the carnage and the casualties, absolutely. But surprised for the tactic, no, because there have been at least 40 cases by a wide range of terrorists, criminals, and even crazies where they've illustrated our vulnerability to this tactic. Remember in 1994, a guy steals a Cessna and flies it into the White House. 20 years earlier, a private in the U.S. Army steals a helicopter and lands it on White House grounds. 1 week after that, a man storms into the Baltimore-Washington International Airport. He kills a police officer and a pilot. And he was hoping to hijack the aircraft in order to send it into Nixon's White House. When you predict future trends, you have to study analogous situations. And as many analysts in this country are aware of, but most of the public is not, there have been at least 4 cases in this country in which pilots who had domestic problems have used their aircraft to kamikaze their spouse's home or workplace.
I didn't know that.
There have been many cases, and of course this tactic is not isolated to the United States. It's been used, variations of it, in at least 24 other countries. As early as the 1970s, the Israelis uncovered a plot by Palestinian terrorists to load an aircraft with explosives and detonate it over Tel Aviv. Fortunately, this was thwarted. But probably the most historically significant incident occurred in 1987 when a member of the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine flew a motorized hang glider from Lebanon into a military base in Israel. He was able to kill 6 Israeli soldiers and wound 7 others. This was a morale booster for Palestinians because it showed that even the Israeli Defense Force is vulnerable to aerial assault.
Mr. Mizell, is it or is it not a realistic goal for this country to say, is now being talked in Washington, we're not just going to retaliate, we're going to defeat terrorism?
Look, I'm a Marine at heart. I've been a special agent. I worked in 105 countries all my life. I'm aggressive. I say let's go after them. But first, let's do it diplomatically. Even with that background, or especially with that background, I know first we have to do it diplomatically. Yes, let's go after them, but who are we going after? You don't just go bomb a country. This is not going to be as easy as everyone thinks. And if it turns out to be Osama bin Laden, even if you eliminate him, you have not eliminated the problem.
Some years ago, you made a point of trying to demonstrate how lax airport security was and is. Tell me about that.
Well, my job is to study terrorist tactics because an individual or a country aware of a tactic is less likely to become a victim of those tactics. So I was sent around the world to demonstrate, to defeat security at airports.
Were you able to do that?
I've never been defeated. In fact, in one case, I gave a talk at Constitution Hall with Alexander Haig. He was a presidential candidate at the time, so he had Secret Service protection. Even though I was a federal officer, they searched me as I went into Constitution Hall. They put my bags through the X-ray. I went through the metal detector. I then walked up on the stage, pulled out a handgun, a knife, a sword, and an Uzi submachine gun. I simply used the tactics the terrorists had taught me in the previous 3 months.
But what about this business of stealing a commercial airliner? You talked earlier, well, yes, people have stolen Cessnas or put a helicopter up, but one of these huge jetliners, isn't that unusual for terrorists to be able to take over a plane and then fly it with all that sophisticated equipment?
It's unusual. By the way, we have about 30 aircraft stolen in the United States every year. Most are smaller aircraft and corporate-size aircraft, all of which could cause huge amounts of damage. The jury's still out on whether or not how sophisticated the terrorist has to be once they have hijacked or stolen one of these aircraft. Can they fly it? The ruse might be to trick the pilot into flying to the general location they want to attack, because the pilot believes if he follows orders, everything will be just fine. That's called desensitizing the target. When they get to that point, even someone who was not well trained could take the controls and crash it into a specific target with a minimal of training.
Louis Mizell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The full breadth of the American continent is not enough to insulate people from the fear that the terror attacks on the East Coast have triggered. Bill Whitaker is in Los Angeles with the West Coast story tonight. Bill?
Well, Dan, as you said, the terror back east sent shockwaves across the country. Here in the American West, people today tried to get back to normal. Schools reopened, tourist attractions reopened. But despite the best effort of people here, getting back to normal just was not possible.
Why can we not go home?
CBS News has learned the border near San Diego, the busiest crossing in the world, closed down for hours last night after a man described as having a Middle Eastern accent called saying a bomb was about to go off. Across the border, 35 Iraqis were arrested in a Tijuana hotel. Not terrorists as first reported in Mexico, just immigrants hoping to enter the U.S. illegally. The blast in New York sent shockwaves across the country. In Salt Lake City, shaken Olympic organizers are rethinking security for next year's Winter Games.
It does make us sit back and think, okay, now is it plan? Can we really do what the plan says it can do?
Los Angeles, where people boast of living on the cutting edge, today was just edgy. Again, downtown, there were more cops than office workers. At the federal building, FBI agents checked everything and everybody, even the mail. Schools tried to get back to normal, but it's just too early.
If that happened, who knows if it could happen again. This is the United States, and it kind of seemed like a movie that was happening. It didn't seem real.
They tried to get back to normal in San Diego, too, but normal today is downtown checkpoints and frightened workers.
It just doesn't feel appropriate. It just doesn't feel
as if we should be doing this, you know.
In fact, with airports closed, travel was far from normal. East to west Amtrak trains are booked solid. At the port of Los Angeles, federal agents are stopping and inspecting every cargo ship before it enters. The Armageddon-like scenes inflame the passions of some and retaught painful lessons to others, like visitors to the Arizona Memorial at Pearl Harbor.
I felt like Pearl Harbor was our message to be careful, to be vigilant, and that was the lesson we learned, is that you can never let your guard down, no matter how certain we feel we're in control.
In control is not what most people were feeling here today. In fact, it was just the opposite. Now, it seems that it's going to take a lot more time and a lot more effort for people anywhere in the country to feel a sense of normalcy again. Dan?
Bill Whitaker reporting live from Los Angeles. A massive effort to find survivors is still underway here in New York City. As you see in this live picture, what's happening here exactly we do not know. But this has been a center of activity for some little while, past the midnight hour in the east and going into the wee hours of the morning. It appears that something in particular has caught their attention there. What? We could spend the rest of the morning speculating about, perhaps hearing somebody who might still be alive, maybe somebody has found a body or bodies in there. But this is, and you're saying, well, how can I see all this? It seems very light. They have these huge lights that are focused down on the area. But this kind of activity is happening all over Lower Manhattan as the work that will last a month or two or perhaps even more goes on. Workers are braving dust, danger, and more unstable buildings, trying to find thousands of missing people in the Trade Center rubble. Byron Pitts is there.
Today, in the long shadow of Lady Liberty, as Air Force fighter jets patrol the skies over Manhattan, volunteers by the thousands sifted through metal and misery.
One of the officers came in and said they found a man at 6 in the morning and they had to cut his legs to get him out.
All reminders freedom in America has never been free.
I'm doing this because this is America, this is New York, and these people need people down there right now. I know if I was in there, they'd be in there trying to dig me out.
I was at Oklahoma City bombing the Murray building. This is like 20 of them all in one.
Rescuer and police officer Dan McDonough says he isn't simply looking for survivors or bodies. He, like so many others, is still looking for friends.
We're missing our whole company.
New York's fire chief, a senior chaplain, and head of the search and rescue team, all killed when a building collapsed. More than 200 fellow firefighters missing. Close to 30 New York City police officers unaccounted for. And there, beneath 50 feet of twisted steel and crumpled concrete, beneath what were once the tallest towers in Manhattan, rest the remains of countless victims and the whispers of survivors still alive.
We were taking out someone on a stretcher. They were alive. And as he came down the line, saw that his eyes were open and he was talking. How good did that feel? I'm almost ready to cry once again.
But there is not a single chance the living here will outnumber the dead.
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case.
There are men and women lined up here who haven't slept much in the past 36 hours, running on adrenaline and running out of time. 8:48 a.m. Tuesday, that moment in time that changed lives and took lives.
Horrible, horrible. The whole building just collapsed on us.
When we get you into Stuyvesant High School.
Nightmares, Armageddon right here.
I'm okay. I'm okay. It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down.
There was like a sonic boom and a firestorm above my head.
Kathy Capsuto ran from the World Trade Center with her daughters in her arms.
What do you tell your children after living through something like that?
You thank God that you're alive. And my kids know that their lives will never be the same again.
Never the same, but still New Yorkers tried. Blocks from the bombing, a father played ball with his son.
We're trying to make the kids adjust as much as possible without making them
as afraid as the adults are.
Byron Pitts reporting. With the World Trade Center towers now in ruin and rubble, and possibly thousands of people still in those ruins, it's not a good sign that so few survivors have been found in the last 24 to 48 hours. CBS News medical correspondent Elizabeth Caledon reports on the casualties and the ER doctors waiting to treat them.
She's been here a long time.
Arthur Del Bianco is one of the lucky few, able to tell a tale of survival from a hospital bed.
All of a sudden, it was like bang, 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 like bullet shots. And then all of a sudden, 3 tremendous explosions. And everything started coming down.
Del Bianco was at work in the doomed trade towers when they were attacked.
The force just pushed us to the ground. We were pushed up against marble slabs and other people and glass and the smoke. We're buried in that stuff.
He made it out with a broken leg and today was reunited with his wife. But stories like his are rare. Hospitals, which have been standing by on high alert to treat scores of wounded, are not getting the numbers they anticipated. St. Vincent's Hospital has treated more than 400 so far. Dr. Anthony Gagliardi says it's just scratching the surface.
Most of what we've seen have been, in fact, the rescue effort workers and not necessarily the primary victims who were already in the building.
Many rescue workers have been crippled by respiratory problems caused by the thick layer of dust and ash blanketing the area. Doctors are also seeing burns, broken bones, and eye injuries. But for much of the day, empty stretchers and wheelchairs stood waiting, along with medical personnel eager to help.
It's actually been frustrating from the standpoint of the staff in that everyone has been assembled, a tremendous amount of specialties, really in an effort to try to help the victims, and we just haven't been getting as many victims as we want.
It's frustrating for survivors, too. Fire Lieutenant Robert Pesci was hit by falling debris and now has broken ribs. But he has bigger concerns.
I have personal friends that are missing. My old company, my old company where I used to work, the whole company's missing.
So many are still.
Elizabeth Caledon's report from the hospitals, giving you a flavor of what the situation is in and around New York City's many hospitals, with St. Vincent's Hospital right on the edge of the worst hit area, bearing the brunt, but many, many other hospitals ready and willing to help, but still waiting for what they still expect to be a flood of bodies coming through. There's no other way to put it when the mayor says the city needs 6,000 body bags just to be on the safe side. And the mayor keeps emphasizing that when the final death toll is in, it is expected to be very, very high. While the search for survivors continues, so does the painstaking work of New York City firefighters. There's been nothing but praise for their courage and dedication. Jim Axelrod has the view from the firefighters' front lines.
They are, in a word, speechless.
Excuse me, sir. What's it like in there?
Weary and weak, they emerge.
There's no training like a day like this. Never. Regular fires and everything you train, but nothing like this.
Knowing hundreds of their fellow rescue workers are missing.
The thing is that we don't even know how many are in there right now.
And probably dead.
I have 13 of my brothers unaccounted for from my particular firehouse alone.
These are the people who always run toward what others flee, and yesterday was no different. But today is, because so many of the unaccounted for are the officers who'd normally be calling the shots. Among them, the city's chief of special operations, a deputy commissioner, and a department chaplain.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
So for now, the rescue workers in this city have to improvise the impossible.
Piece by piece. We get whatever command structure we have left. We put them together, and then they start a strategy.
Look behind me. Where do you begin? And how much more difficult when so many of the people who would normally answer that question are buried in that? Where do you begin? With rule number 1 of the rescue business. For every fallen hero, send 10 in his place. Where is Newport?
Newport, Rhode Island.
The help is coming from everywhere.
No, we didn't get the official phone call, but we just had to come.
Tell me real quick where you're from.
We're out of the city of Passaic, New Jersey.
From Passaic in North Brunswick, New Jersey, Utica, New York, East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, Dexter, Michigan. Drive down?
We just drove last night. We just have to go in. We have to go in and get our brothers out.
Tonight, New York's fire department is disoriented and devastated, but not defeated.
We had people here last night, and we're here again today, and we'll be here tomorrow.
It's what always happens in catastrophes, even one that's never happened before.
Did you have pictures of your colleagues going through your head as you're in there?
Hasn't stopped since this happened. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm not leaving, and I'm not going home until every one of them are back with us.
Whether they're dead or alive.
Yep.
Tonight there are reports of up to 7 firefighters rescued and rushed to hospitals. It's a strange feeling for those still searching. Friends are dead, commanders gone, and yet the backup keeps coming. Strangers who somehow feel like brothers. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, New York.
Anthony Mason, as the early morning hours drag on, 3 rails to this story. One is the ever-continuing search through the rubble for whatever is down there. Another is what's happening in Washington with the president mustering support in Congress and at the same time trying to put together a coalition overseas. Among other things, Congress preparing to pass the money the president will need for what he has called the war on terrorism. And then there are the investigations to find out who did this. This scene in Lower Manhattan, which has come in recent hours to symbolize the overall effort there, the pace has quickened even from the last time we were here. Obviously, there's something down there. They see with buckets, they're digging out something from below, and under the bright lights brought in for this work, whatever it is they're looking for, it's taking them hours to get to it down there. U.S. authorities, meanwhile, have identified more than a dozen hijackers of Middle Eastern descent in the bombings, and gathered evidence linking them, they say, to Osama bin Laden. In all, some 50 people, many of them, if not all of them, in the country on work visas, may have been involved in the plot, according to government officials quoted by both the Associated Press and the Los Angeles Times. And then, Anthony, the most important storylines of the morning concerning the markets. Closed again on Thursday, may not open even on Friday.
May not be open Friday. They're promising on Monday. The overseas markets are still going. Tokyo, which had a very bad day on Wednesday, opened more quietly today. So it looks like, at least globally, the shock has eased somewhat. I can't help, I'm riveted to this scene, Dan, and the people there, and you just, I'm struck by the fact that it's the middle of the night, and it's bright light and clear, and whereas 2 days ago it was a beautiful day, and all of a sudden we were covered in soot and darkness, and the contrast is just so striking to me. And as I look at these pictures, I think it's not going to be weeks or months, it's going to be longer. I mean, how much? It's going to be a long, long time.
Well, the Federal Emergency Management Agency said it would be 30 to 60 days before New York could expect to have this cleaned up and all operations completed. But we've said repeatedly, and I feel stronger about it now, that may be a very conservative estimate. And they said, I think a minimum of 15 days at the Pentagon. That also seems a very conservative estimate when you look at the pictures of the wreckage at the Pentagon, where no more survivors are expected to be found. Well, tonight, we New Yorkers are strangers in our own place. The world has changed for all Americans, but here in New York, so has our very landscape. This is a New York never seen, never imagined. Wall Street, a deserted, dusty ghost town. A rubble-littered dreamscape, more Armageddon than Gotham. CBS newsman Sean Efron, with a home video camera, discovered this shattered New York last night from the back seat of a police car. It is a place inhabited by firefighters, rescue workers, medics, where men in gas masks direct the only traffic there is: ambulances, fire trucks, and emergency vans. Floodlit desolation, seen through a pulverized gypsum board haze.
Is there a triage unit over here?
A place where medical students, nurses, and doctors pull on surgical masks and enter their hospital, the NASDAQ lobby. A temple to high-tech commerce turned makeshift emergency room. But they have precious few to treat this night, save their fellow rescuers. Part of New York has become a grim and empty place. And even as we recover and rebuild, it may remain that way for a very long time. So we come to the end of another long day in the wake of Tuesday morning's terror. Day one of this national ordeal was characterized by the real-time chaos and confusion of unfolding events, a fast-moving stream of horror and fear. Day two, today, saw the situation solidify, but only a bit. Now, for most of you on the West Coast, your local news follows next. For the rest of you, CBS News coverage will continue. Melissa McDermott will be up next to bring you the latest over the next few hours. And of course, there'll be full coverage first thing in the morning on CBS's Early Show with Bryant Gumbel and Jane Clayson. And CBS News coverage will continue throughout the day on Thursday. We will, of course, have a full wrap-up on the CBS Evening News. I'm Dan Rather. For now, you're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Holy.
This is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Good morning. I'm Melissa McDermott. It is now about 2 o'clock Eastern Time, and you're looking at a live picture in downtown Manhattan. Bright searchlights cut through the night in lower Manhattan, while hundreds of rescue workers cut through tons of twisted steel and broken concrete. It's amazing the job they have ahead of them. They are just beginning to edge their way into the rubble that was once the World Trade Center. A handful of survivors have been pulled from the debris so far, among them 3 police officers. But so far, only a fraction of the estimated thousands of bodies have been recovered. One of the numbers we last heard was 82 confirmed dead. In Washington, D.C., the fire at the Pentagon is out, but officials say it could be days before they are able to reach the estimated 150 to 200 people still missing inside. And FBI agents have stormed a car rental office in Pompano Beach, Florida, carting off a car and documents believed linked to one of the hijackers. While officials hold out little hope for finding survivors in the Pentagon attack, a massive effort is still underway right here in New York. Workers are braving dust, danger, and more unstable buildings to find thousands of missing people in the Trade Center rubble. CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts is there.
In the long shadow of Lady Liberty, as Air Force fighter jets patrol the skies over Manhattan, volunteers by the thousands sifted through metal and misery.
One of the officers came in and said they found a man at 6 in the morning and they had to cut his legs to get him out.
All reminders freedom in America has never been free.
I'm doing this because this is America, this is New York, and these people need people down there right now. I know if I was in there, they'd be in there trying to dig me out.
I was at Oklahoma City bombing the Murray building. This is like 20 of them all in one.
Rescuer and police officer Dan McDonough says he isn't simply looking for survivors or bodies. He, like so many others, is still looking for friends.
We're missing our whole company.
New York's fire chief, a senior chaplain, and head of the search and rescue team, all killed when a building collapsed. More than 200 fellow firefighters missing. Close to 30 New York City police officers unaccounted for. And there, beneath 50 feet of twisted steel and crumpled concrete, beneath what were once the tallest towers in Manhattan, rest the remains of countless victims and the whispers of survivors still alive.
We were taking out someone on a stretcher.
They were alive.
And as he came down the line, saw that his eyes were open and he was talking.
How good did that feel?
I'm almost ready to cry once again.
But there is not a single chance the living here will outnumber the dead.
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands.
Obviously, we hope that's not the case.
There are men and women lined up here who haven't slept much in the past 36 hours, running on adrenaline and running out of time. 8:48 a.m. Tuesday, that moment in time that changed lives and took lives.
Horrible, horrible. The whole building just collapsed on us.
When we get you into Stuyvesant High School.
Nightmares. Armageddon right here.
I'm okay. I'm okay. It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down.
There was like a sonic boom and a firestorm above my head.
Kathy Capsuto ran from the World Trade Center with her daughters in her arms.
What do you tell your children after living through something like that?
I thank God that you're alive. And my kids know that their lives will never be the same again.
Never the same, but still New Yorkers tried. Blocks from the bombing, a father played ball with his son.
We're trying to make the kids adjust as much as possible without making them as afraid as the adults are.
Authorities say this mission may take 2 months, but in the end, they still may not recover every person buried beneath that debris. Byron Pitts, CBS News, Manhattan.
As we continue to look at those pictures today, two emotions, mourning and anger. More people are wanting to know why, who did this. We learned Wednesday that 2 of the hijacked planes were likely originally aiming for the White House and Air Force One. White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer cited, quote, real and credible information that the plane slammed into the Pentagon. That one was originally intended for the White House, and that Air Force One did not return to Andrews Air Force Base from Florida because it, too, was a target. FBI Director Robert Mueller stressed there are 2 immediate goals: identify the hijackers and any accomplices inside or outside the United States. Investigators already know a lot. Jim Stewart reports.
As many as 24 terrorists armed with knives seized the hijacked aircraft, and federal authorities now say they know many of them by name and that all of them learned how to fly commercial aircraft right here in the United States. Sources say the identities surfaced through a study of the passenger manifest from the doomed aircraft, plus communications intercepts picked up shortly after the attacks. And while the evidence is still in the early stages, sources say all of it still points like a compass to Osama bin Laden.
Attorney General John Ashcroft provided the first official details of what happened on board the planes.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
New FBI Director Bob Mueller said after identifying all the hijackers, his next step is to retrace their steps.
And we're attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates.
Back up! And the search for those associates was in full fury today, with FBI SWAT teams storming a Boston hotel to search a room believed used by 1 or more of the hijackers. No one connected with the hijackings was arrested there or later when authorities stopped a train near Providence, Rhode Island. Officials were also focusing on 2 aviation schools in Florida and appeared to zero in on 2 recent Arab students. Residents say agents specifically asked about a man named Mohammed Atta and another named Marwan Yusuf Al-Shihi, both of whom had their commercial pilot multi-engine licenses recertified in June. Venice, Florida resident Charles Voss said he told agents he rented a room to the 2 men a year ago.
Well, they told me that that these 2 persons were involved, and it was believed that they were some of the individuals that had been involved in the takeover of the aircraft that went into the World Trade Center.
Elsewhere, agents conducted searches in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, Daytona, and Vero Beach, Florida, as well as along entry points at the Canadian border adjoining Maine, where 2 of the suspects may have entered the United States. And, of course, investigators were still collecting all the usual physical evidence.
Rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records.
Thus far, there have been no arrests, and search warrants have been executed now in 3 states and in Hamburg, Germany. Federal authorities say that they are also contemplating a plan now that would put armed agents aboard all commercial aircraft. Jim Stewart, CBS News, Washington.
And still more information at this hour. Let's go overseas. There are new developments this morning in the attack on America, this time in Europe. CBS News correspondent Kimberly Dozier joins us now from London. Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning, Melissa. Well, security has been tightened, but authorities are already switching from defense to offense. Police in Hamburg, Germany have gone after several suspects possibly connected to the attack.
Acting on a tip-off from the FBI, German police closed in on this apartment building where 2 of the hijackers were thought to have stayed before moving to Florida. It's reported that 1 woman was detained. This is part of the massive criminal investigation to determine who caused this and who will pay. Security is high. Europe is on alert as America's allies prepare to join in any retaliation. NATO is moving to invoke its all-for-one clause for the first time ever.
That an armed attack against one or more of the allies in Europe or in North America shall be considered an attack against them all.
U.S. embassies are becoming impromptu shrines to those lost, and condolences keep pouring in.
I have nothing but the deepest sympathy, and we're all with the American people in this terrible tragedy.
Far from home, Americans gather at a church service here to grieve together.
Not being able to be in America and mourn with them, that's what I feel is a sense of isolation, a sense of separation from Americans being here in London.
There's also a new sense of vulnerability, a sense that to be American is to be a target, only we don't know exactly who the enemy is or where or when the next attack could come. Melissa? Kimberly, we talk so much about America, but it's easy to forget this was the World Trade Center, meaning there were people from Europe who were also there, and it's estimated people in the hundreds from Europe and other countries were working in the World Trade Center. Any word on them that you've heard? I only know from British authorities that they suspect a couple hundred British tourists may have been in the World Trade Center at the time. There have been many phone calls from worried relatives to the British Foreign Office here. But right now, like a lot of Americans, everyone's just waiting for word. Now, Kimberly, also, I understand Europe is going to make one united gesture to mark the tragedy. What is that? They're considering a day of mourning in honor of the Americans and others lost in this attack. Also, there's going to be a special service, a special changing of the guards today at Buckingham Palace in honor of those fallen. Melissa? All right, Kimberly Dozier, thank you very much. CBS News correspondent Kimberly Dozier from London. Now in Washington, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has told U.S. troops they will be called to arms in the days ahead. Earlier, he spoke with correspondent Dan Rather.
Joining us now from Washington is the Defense Secretary of the United States of America, Donald Rumsfeld. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time tonight. You've called this a new kind of war. What do you mean?
Well, you know, normally there is a capital and a defined nation and a people that engages in a conflict that we call war. In this instance, it is quite different. It is a very different kind of warfare. It is indeed an attack on a way of life, because the purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. And to terrorize is to deny people their freedom to go about their daily lives and to provide for their families and to travel. And that's something that we cannot stand for, is a fundamental attack on the way of life in our country.
You said this afternoon the task of defeating these enemies will fall to the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces. Do you mean that the way it sounds, that we're on the cusp now of launching a military campaign?
No, what I would say is this, that the effort against terrorism is going to require a broadly based and sustained effort over a good period of time. It is not something that's easily done. Anyone looking at the attack today can see that it was well organized, well financed, and vicious. So I think that it's important to recognize that it will be an effort that will be over a sustained period of time and will bring into play the full range of government capabilities.
Any doubt in your mind that Osama bin Laden was behind this?
My interest is in seeing that terrorism in its broadest sense is dealt with, and that we are capable of defending ourselves against that attack on our way of life. And it certainly is a broad problem that goes beyond any one country or any one non-state entity such as that.
That would suggest, and I would ask whether you intended to suggest, that some of this attack may be tied to state-sponsored terrorism.
There's no question but that terrorism can be tied both to state terrorism and to non-state entities. We've experienced that. We've seen it across the globe.
Mr. Secretary, you spoke critically of leakers of classified information. What was that about?
Well, Dan, it was this. With the end of the Cold War and a relaxation of tension in the world, there seems among the people who handle classified information to have a parallel relaxation. And it's terribly important for us to understand that for people who are authorized to deal with classified information all across the range of government, they have a responsibility to see that they do not provide that information to people who are not cleared for it in a way that would prevent us from being able to track down and deal with the people who perpetrated these crimes.
Are you talking about people in Congress who are briefed from time to time?
I'm talking about any human being who has access to classified information and proceeds to violate federal criminal law and put the men and women in uniform at risk of their lives because of their willfulness or their carelessness.
Mr. Secretary, what can you tell us about the death toll and the numbers of people wounded from the attack on the Pentagon?
Well, the President was here today to express his appreciation to all the firemen and the policemen and the FBI and the teams from all over Virginia and Maryland, and for the wonderful work they're doing just outside of this building. The casualty count is continuing. The roster counts are continuing. The number, I am reasonably confident at this stage, will be considerably less than the figure that's been widely reported in the press of some 800 people. Exactly what number it will be remains to be seen, and I think it's not really fair to the families and friends and colleagues of the victims to be speculating about a number at this stage.
Secretary Rumsfeld, when will we know? When will we have a more or less final death and wounded toll?
Well, just outside this wall, they are in the process of trying to clear away the center section where the aircraft impacted and then went through 3 of the so-called rings of the Pentagon, filled with jet fuel, spewing it everywhere and burning the entire section to the point that it collapsed it. They need to remove all that. How long that will take, I don't know. It's a dangerous effort. They're in the process of removing bodies as they find them, and it is very sad and difficult work and dangerous work.
Mr. Secretary, what impact will these terror attacks have on financing of our military?
I really haven't thought about that. There is no question but that a broad, sustained effort against terrorism is something that is not done cheaply, and funds will be required.
Mr. Secretary, you were a fighter pilot in the U.S. Navy, flew off carrier decks. You were a defense secretary once before. Did you ever think that you would live to see the day that someone could knock this kind of hole and kill this many people at the heart of our Defense Department?
No, indeed. The last time I was here, there were people who would throw things at the building during the Vietnam War, dig graves, and try to destroy computers and that type of thing. But it is unimaginable to be sitting in your office and feel the entire building shake and then walk out there 3 minutes after the impact and see the devastation and the parts of airplanes spread for hundreds of feet all across the side of the building is an appalling situation.
More now on the name that continues to be associated with this horrific act. In Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden's Taliban protectors insisted again, but offered no evidence, that the Saudi millionaire had nothing to do with the attacks. At the same time, the Taliban made what could be interpreted as a threat suggesting that U.S. military action that causes suffering in Afghanistan might lead to more attacks. The general consensus among the U.S. and other intelligence experts is that Osama bin Laden is the leading suspect in these well-planned, well-executed attacks in New York and Washington. More from CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi.
The secretive Osama bin Laden made his first comments on the outrage. A leading Arabic journalist who says he spoke with bin Laden said the accused terrorist denied any part in the attacks, but told him,
"For me, I was happy when it happened to Americans because they have killed us in Palestine, they have killed us in Lebanon, they have killed us all over the world. Now it is their time to be punished."
Bin Laden is believed to be hiding in Afghanistan. The ruling Taliban there says talk of moving Osama bin Laden out to the west is far too premature. The Taliban say they want hard evidence that he has done anything wrong. The movement's foreign minister told a Kabul press conference that it's a bit like rounding up the usual suspects. That bin Laden's name is in the media now just because his name has been in the media in the past. Another Arab journalist who has interviewed bin Laden says getting the wanted man won't necessarily end the problem.
Even if the American kills bin Laden, I don't believe this will be the end of the story. Bin Laden is a phenomenon. He is not a person.
Here in Pakistan, leading Muslim clerics condemned the attacks, but said the U.S. policy of blaming bin Laden is wrong and warned America not to retaliate against Afghanistan. But Middle East watchers say Pakistan is wary of upsetting the United States.
The Pakistanis and the Pakistani army particularly created the Taliban in order to make sure that the oil and gas of Central Asia would one day flow to the west.
Grief counseling centers looking for information, that sort of thing.
We have specialized numbers for police and fire, but we have an overall hotline number that, in fact, I have it right here. It's 212-570-2730. 212-570-2730. It's the overall hotline number for people that want to get information about their loved ones. And we've opened up a center that'll start operating, at 8 o'clock this morning at the Armory on Lexington Avenue and 26th Street.
Let me ask you, Mayor, about some real concerns last night about air quality in this city. The wind changed, and there were some real concerns about asbestos in the air for those rescuers down there.
The asbestos tests beyond the actual immediate area of the site, in fact, the epicenter of the site, the asbestos tests are all negative. They're either very, very low levels that are not dangerous or no asbestos at all. As the further away from the site you get, obviously the clearer the air is. Even though you get an odor that's an unpleasant odor, we've been testing it consistently, and beyond the immediate area of the site, there should be no problem. Now, people who have asthma and people who have sensitive conditions like that, they are going to be affected by it. So they should talk to their doctor. They should wash their eyes. They should be careful. But for others, it's not going to be a major problem.
Mayor, thank you.
Thank you very much.
It.
Thank you for your help.
It's 7:54. We'll be back after this.
Good morning. I'm Mike Buchanan in the news at 7:55. We're getting word from the Associated Press that an evacuation is now underway from the area of the Pentagon, the area where search and rescue activities have been underway now for 2 days. Civilian rescue workers and military personnel have gathered on the parking lot on the left side of the building, that area that is serving as a staging area. We have no word yet on why the evacuation order. Just as soon as we hear anything more, we'll get back to you. In other news, Muslims in Northern Virginia say they're being unfairly targeted after the terrorist attacks at the Pentagon and the World Trade Center, in an Islamic bookstore in Old Town Alexandria, and the All Dulles Area Muslim Society building in Fairfax were both vandalized. The mosque in Manassas reports they have been receiving some threatening phone calls. Look at the Pentagon here. We're back at the Pentagon, where again Associated Press is reporting the area where the search has been conducted now for the last 2 days has been evacuated. Civilian rescue workers, military personnel, as you can see, are gathered on the parking lot on the left side of the building. That basically is the area that has been serving as a staging area. They've been working 24 hours straight, trying to hopefully, prayerfully, find some survivors. We're still waiting word just exactly what's going on, but it's obvious from the picture that everybody is pulled out of that area. Now there's the staging area. That's basically where the crews come out to take a break, water. See an ambulance moving in. Tell you what, hang with us for a few minutes here. We'll find out exactly what's going on. Again, the Pentagon area where they have been searching has been evacuated.
Watch sports with Jess Atkinson on 9 Eyewitness News.
Introducing new Charmin Fresh Mates. Soft, flushable wipes. Now on a roll. Wet. Wet, but just barely, to help give you a fresh, clean feeling. The perfect companion for Charmin. New Charmin Fresh Mate.
But just barely.
2 more summer blockbusters are heading your way from Suzuki. Lease the 7-passenger XL7 for just $249.95 a month with only $2,000 total to start. Or check out the Suzuki Grand Vitara. At 0% APR for 48 months, you can save more than $4,300 in finance charges. We'll supply the blockbusters. You bring the popcorn. Visit your Suzuki dealer today or call 1-877-MY-SUZUKI.
See your Suzuki DC-10 today.
Ms. Prager, please call Mrs. Hoyt at the bank regarding your account. This is Shay's department store calling for Ellen Prager.
There's only one way to escape the torment of debt. You must get out of debt.
Ms. Prager, I really need to speak with you.
The Amerix debt management system is the best solution. Gather your bills and call this number. Amerix has arrangements with over 50,000 banks and other creditors to reduce your monthly payments instantly. It's not another loan. It's not bankruptcy. It's debt relief in just 30 minutes on the phone. And it's free. If bill collectors are calling you, get your bills and call now to speak with an Amerix-approved credit management agency. The Amerix debt management system is the best solution. You know how hard it is to be in debt. Now see how easy it is to find a way out.
Redskins fans, if you want full access to your team, one station has it all. Sports Director Jess Atkinson and Darryl Green. Redskins All Access. On the field and off. From the locker room to the community. It's your best source for Redskins news, interviews, and inside information. It's a show no Redskins fan should miss. Saturday at 7:30 on 9 WUSA, your official Redskins All Access station. J.C. Hayward and Bert Jock to 95 on 9 Eyewitness News.
Back now at 8 o'clock on this Thursday morning, you're looking at the dramatically altered skyline on the southern tip of New York City where the work continues. But down in Washington at the Pentagon, the work has been halted because we get word that an evacuation is underway from that area of the Pentagon where search and rescue activities have been going on for 2 days. Now, whether this evacuation is the result of a collapsing structure or is the result of a new threat, at this point we don't know. Out front with Jane Clayson, I'm Bryant Gumbel.
See, the president was there yesterday.
Yeah, Secretary Rumsfeld also.
That's right, grieving the rescue workers and thanking them for what they're doing. So we hope that ends well this morning. Let's get the latest now, get you up to date. The first 82 bodies have been recovered from the wreckage of the World Trade Center. Many more are still missing. The mayor of New York has asked federal officials to make 11,000 body bags available. Civilian flights resumed on a limited basis. Stock markets will remain closed for at least one more day. Bryant.
All right, Jane, there's some new information also out of the White House this morning. Let's go on down there and Bill Plant. Bill, good morning.
Brian, good morning to you. The White House put out an announcement a moment ago. The national airspace is going to reopen at 11 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. 11 o'clock this morning Eastern Time, national airspace reopens. This in a release from the Secretary of Transportation, Norman Mineta. But we should caution you, all indications are that this reopening is going to be very slow and very labored because each of the individual airlines has to come up with a security plan which meets federal specifications. And that may mean very long delays. So even though we say that the national air system is reopening this morning, the practical effect is going to be very, very limited indeed, we're told. Brian?
Obviously, if I'm drawing on something that they haven't given you details about, I apologize in advance. But you're talking about national specifications. Can you give us an idea of what those specifications entail? Have they told you?
Well, we have this release from the Department of Transportation, Bryant, and here's the key line, I think. It says anyone planning on flying should check with their airline regarding the level of service and flight schedules and be sure to allow plenty of time to deal with new security procedures. Now, the Attorney General spoke with you a little earlier this morning, and that was some of what he had to say.
That we're increasing security at our airports. We're devoting several hundreds of Justice Department employees, along with, that means U.S. Marshals, Immigration, Naturalization, Border Patrol people, and from the U.S. Department of the Treasury, customs officials, to be assigned to airports for additional security there today.
Now, Bryant, as we've been hearing over and over again, when flying does resume, when airline scheduled service does resume at 11 o'clock this morning, it's not going to be anything like what we've been accustomed to. It'll be a lot slower process. Hopefully, it will be more secure. Also, let me just tell you that the president is making more calls to foreign leaders this morning. He continues that coalition building, that alliance building, which is probably necessary for whatever strike he eventually orders.
All right, Bill. We'll talk a little bit later. Thank you, Bill. On Wednesday, both houses of Congress passed bipartisan resolutions condemning the terrorist activity. Dick Gebhardt's the House Minority Leader. He's on Capitol Hill. Congressman, good morning.
Good morning, Bryant.
Talk to me about this resolution condemning the attacks. What is the significance of that? Does it have practical value?
Well, it's an expression of deep feeling by every member of Congress, Democrat or Republican, that this was a horrible act of terrorism. We honor the heroism and courage and patriotism that our people are showing in the cleanup and in the search for bodies. And we ask for retaliation and finding the perpetrators and making sure that something like this never ever happens again. Later in the week, we'll take up funding and authorization for the president to do what needs to be done. You have a united Congress, a united country against the worst act of terrorism on our soil in our history.
There is great unity in Congress right now, but as we try to get back to the business of business and the business of government, there are some very real problems out there. How long can people realistically expect the unity we're seeing to last?
I think it's going to last a long time, Bryant. After Pearl Harbor, this country was united and fought a 5-year war to victory. This was, again, a worse act of violence on our shores by a foreign force than even Pearl Harbor. I think you're going to see a united country. This is a generation of Americans who's not seen this kind of difficulty and violence, but we will rise to the occasion, and I think you're seeing the American people rise to this occasion right now.
The president has called these attacks acts of war and vowed retaliation. In the absence of a formal declaration, Mr. Gebhardt, have you any problem with the president having total freedom to respond when and how he pleases?
I think he has that power to retaliate under the law. If he feels he needs additional authorization, I'm sure he will get it from the Congress as quickly as we can do that. We're talking with the White House in a bipartisan way now about what authorization he feels he needs and his people thinks he needs, and we're talking about a supplemental appropriation bill this week that will give them the resources not only for the cleanup and the rehabilitation that comes out of the violence, but also what we need to do to retaliate against the perpetrators.
Where the response is concerned, have you any problems withdrawing resources from that part of the surplus that had been designated for Social Security?
Brian, again, this is a national emergency if there ever was one, so the funding will come outside of our budget. We have to do what we have to do. There is total unity in facing this thing down. This was an act against humanity, against civilization, and against everybody in America. And we have a responsibility to provide the resources that are necessary to face this thing down and overcome it. And we're going to do it.
So there's absolutely no doubt the president will get the $20 billion that he has initially asked for.
I don't know the exact figure. We're going to be talking about it this morning. We're going to pin it down, but whatever the president needs, he will get. There is no air, there is no light between the Congress and the president and between Democrats and Republicans. This country is as united as I've ever seen it.
Looking beyond this week, final note, how much do you worry that these attacks may have fostered an increased sense of isolation or xenophobia in this country?
I worry about it. We've got great citizens from all kinds of ethnic and racial backgrounds in our country. We cannot make assumptions on the wrong basis. We've got to see people as patriots. We've got to find the perpetrators, but we have to deal with facts, not prejudices. We have wonderful Arab Americans in our country who abhor this violence as much as anybody else. We must not jump to conclusions and make allness statements and create false impressions. We've got to guard against that. We didn't do a very good job of that during World War II with our Japanese Americans. We need to make sure that doesn't happen now.
House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt, Democrat of Missouri. I thank you very much for
Thanks, Brian.
Already. Federal officials now believe the White House and the president's plane, Air Force One, were also being targeted by terrorists. Republican Congressman Dan Miller was aboard Air Force One with President Bush on Tuesday, shortly after the attacks occurred. He's in Washington. Congressman Miller, good morning.
Good morning.
What can you tell me about the attitude aboard Air Force One that day?
On Tuesday morning, President Bush visited an elementary school, Booker Elementary in Sarasota, Florida, in my home district, and he arrived shortly before 9, about the time I think the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center. I met him as he arrived, and he immediately went into a conference call with Condi Rice and then proceeded with his program. Then, as we saw in the news, how he found out about the second crash, and the whole plans that morning changed, and they immediately left for the airport. Plane took off in a very steep ascent because of security reasons. But it was just a state of shock that everyone else in this country was sensing. But it was, to me, an amazing time to be on Air Force One and trying to find out what is happening. The entire nation was watching and glued to their TV sets.
Was there anger on board? Were there security concerns on board?
The security concerns were to get out of there right away, and that was when the plane took off at a very rapid speed and climbed at an altitude that was amazing. It went up to a very high altitude for safety, over 40,000 feet. It was heading back to Washington, but during the return trip, as we got, I think, to North Florida, they realized there was some credible and serious threats to Air Force One and the president. And the plane changed directions and headed, we were told, due west initially. And you could look down and see the Gulf of Mexico along the Mississippi Gulf Coast area. And then it proceeded to Barksdale Air Force Base.
Right, it went down to Louisiana, and from there it took off again and wound up going to Nebraska. At any point during this time, were you told where you were heading?
We were told that we were going to Barksdale, and actually in Barksdale is where Congressman Putman and I got off the plane, along with a number of the members of the media.
So you didn't make it on to Nebraska?
No, I did not go to Nebraska. I just went to Louisiana.
During that time, did you sense a degree of anger aboard Air Force One?
I think it was more a sense of shock in the country. There was an anger, but it was just a total shock that hard to comprehend as everyone in this country that the World Trade Centers were collapsed, that the Pentagon could be attacked. So that was more of a state of shock and incredible what was going on, rather than anger immediately, I think.
Was there any debate whatsoever about where the plane should go? As you know, there were considerable questions after the fact that the president truly belonged in Washington, that he should have been visible there, and that the Secret Service wanted him elsewhere. Did you see any signs of debate?
I was not part of that debate, of course. That was for the security purposes. But I did meet with the president before we got to Louisiana in his office at the front of the plane. He discussed the threats on him. I can't discuss them now. I prefer that the security intelligence people disclose that. But it was a serious threat on the president of the United States. And so I think the decision was right to move. I know he was anxious to get back to Washington, to be at the command center, and his wife was there in Washington. So it was not the intent of the president to not return to Washington immediately. But you have to do what you have to do in that crisis. And remember, this is 11 o'clock in the morning. Things were still evolving during the day, and we didn't know for sure if there were even more hijackers out there. And the planes were all being grounded. So There was serious concern, but a decision made by more of the intelligence and security forces around the president.
All right. Congressman Dan Miller. Congressman, I'm glad you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Coming up on 8:12. Jane?
Bryant, thousands of rescuers have been working nonstop at the World Trade Center, sifting through massive piles of stone and steel in the hopes of finding survivors. Our national correspondent John Frankel has been monitoring their efforts all night. John, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. One other note, as you know, the official death toll stands at 82 right now. We have been told that only 16 of those bodies have been positively identified, but the search and rescue efforts are continuing. They did through the night. Although some of the buildings in the area remain unstable, they still are working non-stop. It's firefighters, construction workers, anybody who's qualified and also has a hard hat. They are working with cameras, listening devices, dogs. Some are using big pieces of machinery and cranes. Some are doing it just with their hands, moving piece by piece, one at a time. Thousands of tons of debris have already been removed from the area, and we are told by some of the workers that have been on the site that it is absolutely a gruesome, gruesome scene. And at times, it is hard to distinguish between parts of the buildings and the body parts. Now, later today, there is a chance of rain forecast for the area. That might help in some ways, in that it will reduce the dust and the flying of some of the smoke, but it will also make a tough job even tougher.
Look, this is a very dangerous rescue effort. That shouldn't. I mean, it's going to continue to be a dangerous rescue effort for some time. The men and women who are doing this, when you see them doing it, they are literally putting their lives at risk to try to find people and save them, or to find their remains.
Now, the Liberty Plaza and the Millennium Hotel, what remains of those buildings, are also at risk of coming down completely. Jane?
All right, John Frankel, we'll keep watching. Thank you. It is now believed that 2 of the terrorists involved in Tuesday's attacks actually learned to fly a small plane at a flight school in Florida called Huffman Aviation. Rudy Deckers owns that school. He's in Venice, Florida this morning. Mr. Deckers, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How was it that you first came in contact with these men?
I have heard yesterday from my own police, because I don't have contact with every student that walks in, that these 2 individuals came in July in 2000, checked our facility, said that they were flying in another facility in Tampa. They were not happy at that facility. They came back after a couple of days and decided that they wanted to fly with us.
So were they learning to fly from square one, essentially?
No, Mr. Atta had a private pilot license already, and I see if I pronounce right, he had only a few hours. They did a private pilot license with us, single-engine commercial and multi-engine commercial, with the plane that you can probably see behind me. That is the heaviest equipment that we have here, and there's no capability for them to fly a jet after our training.
The FBI visited you just a few hours ago and confiscated some records. Can you tell us about that?
It was yesterday, 2:30 a.m. They called my managers here in Venice and wanted to see 2 files. My people gave the files to them. I came in at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were still there. I talked briefly with them. They were ready to go. I told them that we have more customers, clients from the Middle East, and I thought it was a good idea to give them all my files. So I gave them a couple of 100 files from the last years.
In fact, you're also standing in front of the plane that they trained in. Did they inspect that at all?
No, the FBI had no, not to my knowledge, inspected that airplane. As I said, it's a very light airplane. Also, I want to make the public sure that we only train people. We do not issue the licenses. The licenses are issued by the U.S. government after an FAA representative does the flight test. I have learned yesterday that after November 2000 that they left this facility and went to a flight school in Pompano Beach, where they had additional training for jets, because it's just impossible with our license to fly these jets.
Were you suspicious, Mr. Deckers, of these men in any way?
No, not at all. The day that all this occurred, we felt very, very sad, like all the other Americans. The next day, we had the problem at our doorstep, and of course you have more problems that way, because now it's at our doorstep.
My employees here are all very upset with what happened, also because they had these two boys here.
I understand that, but let me ask you this. One of these men is widely considered to be responsible for a bus bombing in Israel. How was it that they could gain admittance to your school?
Well, they didn't came through our paperwork like they're calling from Europe, and we know 2 months ahead that they're showing up. As I said, they came from another flight school out of Florida. Probably that flight school did all the INS paperwork with them in their country. I don't know how they attended. I know that we are not obligated to get passports or copies of their passports when somebody walks into the door. Although my student coordinator, who talked to them when they came in and negotiated with them, took copies of their passports, and it showed that one of them was out of Afghanistan. And when the FBI came in here, they were happy to see that we had copies of their passports.
I guess it takes on new meaning this morning for you and your employees there, the fact that these men trained at your facility. And I know it's difficult because you, in some sense, feel a little bit of responsibility, don't you?
No, we don't feel responsible for what happened at all, nothing. We have asked ourselves, could we have known? Was there anything? There was nothing. We have 48 employees. There's nothing that we could have done. These people, animals, as I called them already for more than 24 hours, dealt also with other people in Florida. I mean, they went to hotels, they bought gas, they went to grocery stores. They behaved like people as we all are. Of course, they're not the same people as we are, but there is no blame for Huffman Aviation on this, in my opinion.
Rudy Deckers, I appreciate your time this morning, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one point to mention. If
Very
you have
quickly,
a few
I have no
seconds.
time.
I think there is a system in airline planes to prevent that somebody can take the control. All these airline planes have heavy equipment. If there would be a panic button from the captain, that the moment he pushed that in, that the controls are taking over by the autopilot, by the systems.
Okay. I have to let that be the last word. Rudy Deckers, thank you in Florida this morning. I appreciate it very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
The brokerage firm of Cantor Fitzgerald had more than 1,000 employees working on several floors near the very top of one of the Twin Towers in New York. So far, only a fraction of those people have been accounted for. Harold Dow met with some family members of the missing. Harold, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. How are you? The investment firm Cantor Fitzgerald occupied floors 101 to 105 of Tower Number 1 of the World Trade Center. For the families of the missing men and women, this home in Middletown, New Jersey, became ground zero of grief. Joanne, let's talk to you first. When was the last time you heard from your husband?
Like 9 o'clock, 2 minutes to 9, when the plane hit the building.
Well, what did he tell you?
He called me up. He said, I might not make it. The plane hit the building. There's a lot of smoke. The ceiling's caving in. I love you. Give the kids a kiss. Bye.
The only thing we heard was that little phrase, I love you, kiss the kids, the ceiling's falling down. That's
Yeah, I have been told, I've been confirmed that there are 800 Cantor employees missing.
We have phones at our house, my daughter-in-law, my son's house, and there must be an average of at least 25 people there every day. And they start with their cell phones, and they just keep on dialing, and that's all, and we just haven't come up with anything.
Please, we don't know where any of these guys are.
They have families, they have children.
They have families like we. We're hurting, we're frantic. We want to know where these guys are.
Thank you. Hi, what's your name?
Lori Preziosi.
Lori, this is a picture of your husband?
This is my husband with my kids.
And he too was on the 105th floor?
105th floor, yes.
Did you hear from him at all?
No, I didn't get to speak to him. I know someone spoke to him at 10, I think to 9, and told him that the plane, they saw the plane hit the building, and he called him and told him just the plane hit the building and just get out, and he hung up the phone. He said, I'm out of here, and he hung up, and that's all I know.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Tara Strobert.
Okay.
And this is my husband and my 18-month-old baby. And this is all my husband's information.
He's 5'11", 250 pounds, 33 years old?
Yes. This is, I called every
every single hospital, everywhere, everything. I called every hospital, like 38 of them. There's no sign. I called Red Cross. His brother went to New York for his dental records, and then this is our wedding picture of Steven. We haven't even been married a year.
What's your name?
Jacqueline Ferrugio.
Okay. Is this a picture of your dad?
Yes. My father, his name is David Ferrugio. David. And he wears a gold cross, and there's a big letter D on it.
David Ferrugio.
David Ferrugio. And the big letter D. And he's about 5'8", 135 pounds. He's built. And he's got it. His nickname is he's a kid. A lot of people call him that, and he's 45. And he has my mom and my brother David and my sister Gina home for him. Please contact him because we don't know anything. We didn't talk to him in the morning. I saw him last night, the night before he went to work, and that was it. God, please be with my dad. That's it. I don't know what to say.
It's okay. And what's your name?
My name is Diane Starita.
Okay, this is a picture of you.
This is my husband Anthony with his 2 children. And I did talk to him at 9:15 yesterday.
You talked to him from the tower. What did he say?
The tower. He said that they were actually told to go up, so he works on 105, but he called me from the 106th floor, and he was asking me what was going on because they didn't really know. There was just a lot of smoke. They were having a hard time breathing.
What did you tell him?
I told him to get out of the building as fast as he could, just to get out and come home to his family. And then the one were dead, and I couldn't call him back.
Before I left the families, I was given a statement attributed to Nostradamus, and it reads as follows. In the year of the new century and 9 months, from the sky will come a great king of terror. The sky will burn at 45 degrees. Fire approaches the great new city. In the city of York, there will be a great collapse. 2 twin brothers torn apart by chaos. While the fortress fall, the great leader will succumb. The third big war will begin when the big city is burning. 2001, of course, is the first year of the new century, and this is the 9th month, Jane. New York is located at the 41st degree latitude.
It's so hard to watch that.
It was difficult to interview the families. It's America's tragedy and, of course, America's pain.
Are they gaining comfort at all from each other?
Well, these families have not heard a word. As we talked about before, this firm had 1,000 employees, and only up until this point we're able to account for about 80 of them.
It sounds like they need information. It sounds like they don't know where to go or how to get it.
They're desperate for information. They're calling hospitals. They're sending people out to hospitals with pictures of their loved ones, trying to get some kind of information, any information.
It's really incredible stuff. Harold Dow, thank you very much. You're welcome. Appreciate it. It's 8:24 now. Some viewers will cut away for local news. We'll be here with our special edition of The Early Show after this.
Good morning, I'm Mike Buchanan. In the news at 8:25, we want to take you down to the Pentagon for the latest. We told you a few minutes ago that the Pentagon, the rescue crews had pulled out of the area where the jet crashed into. We're not exactly sure why, but rescue crews and military personnel are now assembling in a staging area not far from the breach in the west wall of the Pentagon. It's unclear why much of the work has been suspended. Structural engineers, rescue workers have said portions of the building near the point of impact were in danger of collapse. 5 floors of concrete, steel, and glass, along with the building's charred contents, have been basically dangling since American Airlines Flight 77 punctured the wall on Tuesday. Here you can see the workers, the rescue workers, the experts, the engineers, all outside in the staging area No definitive word on exactly why they pulled out of there. Do want to tell you that there's going to be some planes in the sky today for the first time. The federal aviation officials say they would allow air travel in the United States to resume beginning at 11 o'clock Thursday morning, but they caution travelers to expect slower operations and tight security. Locally, Dulles, there will be flights in and out of Dulles International. Reagan National will be closed. Again, there will be flights out of Dulles, but not out of Reagan National. We'll update you in a few minutes.
J.C. Hayward and Bert Schuck, tonight at 5 on 9 Eyewitness News.
Know how to spot a die-hard battery owner? Look for their jumper cables. Die Hard, America's most trusted battery, with 30 years of starting power. How much do you trust your battery?
What are little girls made of? Sugar. Spice. And everything.
Nice.
The all-wheel drive Subaru Forester. Sport utility top. Car easy.
So, what are you made of?
Now you can get an APR as low as 2.9% on all 2002 Forester models.
Hi, I'm Bob Warhurst of Merrifield Garden Center. For over 30 years now, we've had the privilege of serving your landscape and gardening needs. And now that fall is here, we invite you to visit Merrifield Garden Center and discover the color and beauty of the season. Fall is a great time to plant, and we have everything you'll need to make your lawn and garden more beautiful. Thank you for shopping at Merrifield Garden Center, and we look forward to serving you for many years to come. Let's go, Sugar.
Merrifield Garden Center.
Feel the joy. Call 1-888-740-2959 now. Sign up for 1 year of any Total Choice programming package, and you'll get a free DirecTV system and free standard professional installation. Get access to over 225 channels, all in 100% digital quality picture and sound.
Do you have college sports?
You have car shows?
Yeah.
And
figure skating? And football.
Football lovers rejoice. Call to get NFL Sunday Ticket and see up to 13 games every Sunday. That's more than 200 games in the regular season. Order now and we'll even give you 4 free months of our best programming package.
Wow. Hey, no cuts.
Get the best value in home entertainment delivered right to your door. Call 1-888-740-2959 now.
So your truck doesn't play any song?
No.
The world is a beautiful place, but not when your eyes feel dry, gritty, irritated. Protect them with Refresh brand eye drops. Refresh is no ordinary eye drop. First, Refresh relieves dryness. Then Refresh forms a lasting shield of protection that keeps irritation out and moisture in. So get relief and protection with the #1 brand recommended by eye doctors. Refresh brand eye drops for relief and protection that lasts.
Local news right now on WUSATV9.com.
Back now, 8:30 on a Thursday morning, looking south in Manhattan, where, as you no doubt know by now, the rescue efforts are continuing. I think we said at the top of our broadcast that 5 were pulled from the rubble, but 11,000 body bags have been ordered by the mayor of New York City, and so while we don't have a casualty toll, you can rest assured it will be considerably frightening. Back out front here in our studio at 59th and 5th here with Jane Clayson. I'm Brian Gubble. I had a hard time. I couldn't watch Harold's.
I'm still haunted by the voices that I just heard in Harold Dowd's piece.
Yeah.
It was just, it's so difficult to hear those people who are suffering so much.
That's one brokerage firm, and as I was telling you, they said there were 32 brokerage firms in the World Trade Center. 19 of them are unaccounted for. They've not heard a word from 19 of the 32 firms.
But to not have any information, to not really know where to go or how to even find it, and these handmade posters with pictures and names, it's just
the
so
scope of this, it continues to surprise us.
We don't yet know.
No, in negative fashion, it continues to surprise. It seems to be growing as we speak.
As people across the country, Bryant, try to comprehend the disturbing events of this week, it's perhaps the youngest Americans who are having the hardest time making sense of it all. Debbie Turner is in St. Louis this morning with a look at how kids are handling the terror attack. Debbie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Jane. You know, disasters of this magnitude are difficult for us all to deal with, no matter what our age, but especially so for impressionable young minds. So I visited a local school to get a view of this tragedy through the eyes of a child.
Remind me of seeing a movie that like got explosions and all this action stuff, but this was real.
I was too scared. What if they come here? What if they come to my house? I just had a hard time sleeping.
How many of you felt really hurt about that? Okay, hands down.
Schools across the country, like this 5th grade class at Tower Grove Christian School in St. Louis, Missouri, are discussing Tuesday's tragic events.
Well, how did they get those knives and box cutters onto the plane?
Yeah.
Even so, Principal Faylene Cohn says that her school is trying to maintain a normal routine.
Our philosophy pretty much has been to keep the children calm, to keep the day as regular as possible, so that they'll feel secure where they are.
And he has a lot of evil people working with him.
These kids, like the entire country, are in a state of disbelief.
It scared me, and it really upset me, too. I cried, like, during class.
What do you think we should do to the people who did this to our country?
Find them and blow them away.
If you could talk to the people who did this terrible thing in New York, what would you ask them?
Why did you do this?
As the country grieves, kids and parents alike are struggling to understand and to cope. Have you tried at all to shield or shelter your kids from the images that are bombarding us right now on television?
No, because I don't think that does any good, because they're going to see it and then they're just going to worry more.
Were you able to sleep okay last night?
Not really.
No, what happened? Why not?
No, she's scared.
Just talk with your kids. Listen to them. Listen to what they're saying. Listen to their cries. They're smarter than you think.
What do you think we should do as a country to these people who did this to us?
First of all, I think we should pray first. And secondly, I think we should try and defend our rights.
There was a variety of responses for those really very aware young minds. However, there's one question all the kids had, and that is why this happened. And you know what? Turns out that that's the question we all want answered. Jane?
That's right. Debbie Turner in St. Louis. Debbie, thank you.
Thank you.
Like all American families, the nation's first family has been forced to cope with the attacks. First Lady Laura Bush is at the White House this morning. Mrs. Bush, good to see you again.
Good morning, Jane.
I know how important these children are to you, and we'll
That's
talk
right.
about that in a moment. I just want to ask you first about Tuesday. And you were scheduled to testify on Capitol Hill.
That's right.
And were there. How did you hear about the attack?
Well, we actually heard about the first plane crashing into the World Trade Center on our way to Capitol Hill. And then when I got there, we went to Senator Kennedy's office. Senator Judd Gregg joined us there, and so we watched the news just like everyone else as it unfolded. Later on, while we were still there, we heard that they had started to evacuate the Capitol and the White House. And so at that point, I didn't come back to the White House, but instead went to another secure location.
What were your first thoughts, Mrs. Bush, when you saw those pictures on TV?
Like everyone, the horror of it, the tragedy of it. And I know I can speak on behalf of every American when I say that we all send our love and we stand side by side with all the people who are directly impacted by this, the people whose stories you've been talking about earlier this morning, who are looking for loved ones. Every one of us know what they're going through, and we send them our love and stand with them in every way.
And on a personal note, when you found out that the White House was a target, that Air Force One was a target, what was your reaction to that?
Well, I didn't really find that out until yesterday. I knew the White House was a target because they evacuated the White House, and most of my staff members were with me because they'd gone with me to Capitol Hill, but some were here, and they were told to run from the White House. And a lot of them are very young women who are having a lot of trouble dealing with this now. We've invited a member of the clergy who happens to be the wife of a White House, someone who works at the White House, and she also happens to be a very good friend of a lot of ours. And she's coming this morning to talk to the members of our staff so we can talk through the fears that we have. And I want to encourage, in fact, all parents in America and everyone, if you feel like you need someone to talk to, I know that houses of worship, I know that schools and mental health associations will provide grief counselors. So I hope that everyone who's impacted directly, but certainly everyone who's impacted, all Americans are impacted, will seek help if they feel like they need it. And I think that will help them reassure their own children and work with their own children as well. We all need to take care of ourselves and then our children.
Mrs. Bush, when was the first time you spoke with your husband? When was the first time you spoke with the president after the attack?
I spoke with him from Sarasota right before he got on the plane.
And what did he say to you?
Well, I mean, we both said we thought this was terrible, of course, and that we were stunned and horrified like all Americans. And I'm very proud of my husband. I'm proud of the decisive way he and all of his staff are facing this very, very horrible tragedy.
From a personal perspective, who is he relying on for counsel,
for
advice?
As all people know, he has a very great staff, and I think he and I reassure each other. Just after I heard about it, just like probably every parent in America, I called my own children to reassure them. And then I called my mother just for the comfort of hearing her voice. I think this is a time that Americans can put their arms around each other, that families can be drawn together, and if there is anything positive that comes out of this, I think that's what it'll be.
You mentioned your daughters. They were taken to a secret, safe location, as you were right after the attacks. How are they doing? Have they expressed their feelings about all of this to you?
Sure, exactly, and their feelings are a lot like the feelings of the children you just interviewed. They're fearful, they're undermined by it, they're angry about it. I mean, all the mix of feelings that we have. And I think that's what, as parents, we need to realize, that our children will have those same feelings and that they'll take their emotional cues from us. And if we can reassure them, if we can assure them that they'll be safe, then I think everyone in our households will do a lot better.
We've heard some tough words from your husband over the last couple of days. What do you believe, Mrs. Bush, is the right response for such an evil act?
Well, I'm very proud of my husband, and I know that all Americans join me in supporting him and in supporting our whole Congress, who are all together in this to make the right decisions when it comes to it.
What are your words of support and comfort as we look to you, the first family, after a tragedy like this?
Well, I send my love to everyone. I wrote a letter to the children that we're sending out to all the school children in the United States to assure them that they're safe and that their parents and their school counselors and their teachers love them and want the very best for them. I also hope that people will not forget the teachers. Teachers are having exactly the same emotions all of us are, and then they're reassuring our children in their classes, our children and many others. So I hope parents will go up to their child's school, that they'll give their child's teacher their support, and figure out ways they can help relieve their teachers. It's hard for everyone, but I know everyone sends their love to the people who are directly impacted.
That is true, and our best to you and to the President as he continues forward with decision-making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane.
8:39. Brian?
All right, Jane, one thing that Americans now fully realize following Tuesday's attack is that no place may be safe from terrorists. Cynthia Bowers is in Chicago with that part of the story. Cynthia, good morning.
Good morning, Bryant. Being from Chicago, I'm sure you know that people here love this majestic skyline, which includes the world's second tallest building. But now their pride is tinged with apprehension and the spine-chilling realization that tall buildings can make very easy targets.
As the airplanes go back up, it'll make us look over our shoulders once in a while.
That feeling is echoed by many of the 18,000 or so people who spend their days above the clouds in the 1,400-foot-tall Sears Tower. Even so, one day after the catastrophic attack on the World Trade Center led to the evacuation of this building, most were back on the job.
My children begged me not to come to work today, so I just told them it's in the hands of the Lord.
Not everyone relies on religion.
Since we can't control anything, since I can't control the future, I can't worry about it.
But every night, employees in the Sears Tower can come down to earth and go home. That's not the case in another Chicago skyscraper, 94 floors tall above its shopping mall and office space. The top half of the Hancock Center is home to many, many people.
I think we're all going to be nervous for a while. If anything's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Perhaps the tall buildings are the most vulnerable to attack, but the entire heart of Chicago is shaken. In the loop, as it's called, are the city's financial markets, the Federal Reserve, and thousands of other businesses. Every morning, the loop's population swells by hundreds of thousands of people who now sense no place is safe. That insecurity prompted business and building owners yesterday to ask city leaders what measures are in place to protect them.
The tragic terrorist occurrences at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon is what's brought us here today.
Not long ago, financier Donald Trump announced his intent to build what would be the world's largest building, not very far from where I'm standing. There hasn't been much talk of that in the last few days. In addition to fear, what we are hearing is grief and concern for the victims of Tuesday's terrible attacks. Bryant.
And Cynthia, is security tighter across the board there in Chicago at all high-rises?
It is, Bryant. You see a lot of police everywhere. There are police patrolling the streets on almost every corner, even around our own building. We have police standing outside and on street corners nearby. And I have to tell you, I feel a lot more reassured knowing that they're there.
All right. Cynthia Bauer. Cynthia, thanks very much.
Thanks.
The two hijacked passenger jets that were used to ram the World Trade Center towers both originated in the city of Boston, a city where investigators are now searching for clues in the attack. Thomas Menino is the mayor of Boston. Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
What can you tell us about the storming of a hotel room at the Westin Hotel in Boston yesterday?
Well, the FBI was in charge, and we, the city of Boston, helped with the entry team, and that's all the information I have at this time. The FBI is in charge of the investigation. At this time, the Boston police are out providing security for all the buildings in the city of Boston, working with the managers of all the high-rise in the city. We had a conference yesterday morning. We had 90 of the property managers into a meeting with the police department to give them assurance that we're working with them. But the FBI is in charge of the investigation this time.
What can you tell us about the evidence that was taken from that room?
I can't tell you anything about the evidence, Brian. That's not information that I have. It's strictly the FBI is holding all the information at this time.
The two hijacked planes, as we all know, that hit the World Trade Center came from Boston. I know you had nothing to do with it. Are you personally disappointed?
I'm disappointed that this incident happened and they came out of Boston. But, you know, as we get beyond the disappointment, we have to reassure people that the city's safe, the country's safe, and we all have to work together to make sure we get through this tragedy. It's, you know, probably a day that has changed America forever. But we get beyond that tragedy and put security plans in place, and we have at Logan Airport this time.
Have you turned your attention to the security at Logan Airport? Have you changed anything?
No, that's and the Massport runs. There's an authority run by the state, and the city doesn't have any opportunity to run the Massport. And we have security around the city of the buildings that we have in the city, the schools and the highways and the byways. But the Massport is a state authority.
Yeah, it's been reported that Osama bin Laden has family and personal ties to Boston. Do you have any reason to believe that anyone related to him has any connection there?
I have no information of that at this time. Anybody related to this individual, but you know, that's the police department. Boston Police has part of their detectives working with the FBI, but the FBI is in total charge of this investigation.
You any more worried about Boston than you were Tuesday morning when you woke up?
Well, you know, my worry, no. I think you know, we're a little concerned, and we're reassuring people that life is going to go on, and we're out there working with the children at Boston Public Schools. We sent notes home to all the parents. We have a PSA going out on the local network today and yesterday, and we're just getting information out to the principals and headmasters. If the children need help, we have trauma teams available, and we have a hotline in City Hall that if people need information, that they can get it if they need some help.
All right, Mayor Thomas Menino of Boston. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks very much. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating is all too familiar with this kind of thing, unfortunately. In 1995, of course, 168 lives were lost in his state as a result of the Oklahoma City bombing. He's at the bombing memorial site. Governor Keating, good morning.
Morning, Brian.
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, this is the kind of history you don't want to see repeated. But the courage and the heroism of the firefighters and the rescue workers, the police officers in New York, many of whom were here to help us, it really brings back sad memories, but I'm so proud of those people. They're doing a first-rate job.
I'm holding the ad that your people took out, New York City and Washington, D.C.
Well,
whose idea was this?
Well, really, it was a collective idea, but I'll say one thing. Both reality and symbolism are important. The reality is New York was good to us, and we've given blood, and we've offered every resource that we have here. The experience factor, obviously, is important, but symbolism also. Those teddy bears that we're sending to the New York City school children, thousands of them have been put on the fences here over the course of the last 6 years. We've cleaned them, and we're setting them up so that these youngsters know that people all over America care about them and that we will be whole, we'll be restored soon. But this is a very agonizing time for all of us, a very sad time.
We don't want to get into a comparative sense, of course, but having gone through the devastation that you saw in Oklahoma City, did you ever, in your worst nightmare, believe you'd see something worse as you have this week?
No, and obviously this is far worse. A 110-story building versus a 10-story building. You know, 700 people in one building versus upwards of potentially of 50,000 people in two buildings. I mean, far worse, absolutely horrific, and obviously I hope we learn a lot of lessons and don't permit this to happen again.
What are some of the lessons that you learned in Oklahoma City that you think might be valuable here in New York City and to a certain extent in Washington also?
Well, prayer is very important, and the fact that we had a memorial service, we brought everybody together to ask for God's blessing and for God's judgment. Also to have a great command and control structure. I think they're doing that well. FEMA is a first-rate organization. The coordinative work of FEMA is very, very important. The fire chief, the mayor, I think all of this coordination, that nobody's interested in turf. Everybody recognizes the role they play. Psychological counseling, spiritual counseling, very, very important, because there's going to be a tremendous need for that in the future. So those are the kind of things we've offered New York, and in many cases they're accepting them.
Need patients also be a part of it, Governor Keating? I mean, it's now 5 years removed from Oklahoma City. To a certain extent, you're still dealing with it. How long should New Yorkers and those in the Delmarva area in Washington be prepared to deal with this?
Well, Bryant, the most important thing now is rescue and recovery. You can get even later. We can spend time finding the right people and making sure that the appropriate military response is taken. But right now it's rescue and recovery. Let's make sure we don't make a mistake about whom we go after. In the case of Oklahoma City, we knew somebody did this and we would get them, and we did. But in the meantime, we wanted to make sure that every life we could save, we saved. Every family we could make whole, we did. And then we want to grieve together, which we have done as well.
All right. Governor Keating in Oklahoma, I thank you very much, and thanks, too, for the ad.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate it. 8:49, Jane.
Thanks, Brian. For the thousands of people with missing loved ones, the waiting has become unbearable. Tracy Smith is at St. Vincent Hospital this morning here in New York with more. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. You know, at this point, there are very few new patients at local hospitals, so people are being directed to a missing persons center that the city has set up. It is the latest stop in what has become a desperate parade of people searching for any news about their friends and family.
It's a system built for accuracy, not speed. Families who can't find answers on casualty lists are taking matters into their own hands, literally carrying images of their loved ones from place to place.
We don't know if he got out safe or what. That's all we know. But we just hope he comes home or something. We hear something from him.
Lynette Regador is giving out pictures of her missing cousin, hoping against hope that someone will recognize him and know if he survived.
Just to wait and not know where he is, if he's all right or anything, it's horrible.
The stories of the people around her are similar and equally heartbreaking.
He's been with the company for quite a while. He's with Special Services. He's a vice president. He's got a wife and 3 kids. That's about all I can tell you.
We desperately have to find him. He has this little baby, 16 months old, and my daughter's pregnant again. I know we would call if he were conscious.
Have you heard, has anybody had success with pictures? Is this working?
I don't know. I saw it on TV today, so I said to my daughter, we're going.
My name's Jeremy. I'm looking for my Aunt Catherine. She's 38 years old. She was last seen on the 100th floor of the North Tower.
Most admit it's a long shot, but better than doing nothing.
I just want to know where my aunt is.
How did you decide to come down here?
We just were sitting in the house, and it's too much. You don't know what to do. Put up his picture. Just hope. Hope. That's all we have is hope right now.
The people who made these flyers are still hoping for a miracle. Of course, we all are, but they're realizing more and more that that's probably what it's going to take. Jane?
So hard to watch. Tracy Smith, thank you. Ann Graham Lotz is the daughter of evangelist Billy Graham. She has a ministry based in Raleigh, North Carolina. Miss Lotz, good morning.
Good morning, Jane.
We've turned to your father, the Reverend Billy Graham, so often in times of national crisis. What are his thoughts about what happened on Tuesday?
Well, I turned to him also. In fact, I called him last night after you all had called to arrange for this, and he's reacting like a lot of Christians around the country. We're all praying. And I think about those people that you just showed. In fact, I wasn't sure if I'd be in control when you came on, because it just provokes such emotion to see these people carrying the pictures of their loved ones and knowing that they don't know if they're alive or dead or if they'll ever see them again. And at a time like that, I know the families and friends of the victims can hardly even pray for themselves. They don't know what to say or how to pray. And I want to say to them, families and friends of the victims, that there are thousands of people in this country who are carrying you in prayer right now. And we're praying for you with hearts filled with compassion and grief, and just interceding on your behalf, asking the God of all peace and the God of all comfort to come down in a special way into your life and meet your needs at this time. And so my father and my mother are also praying like that.
The pain is incomprehensible for so many of these people. And at a time like this, it's so easy to lose faith. How do you keep faith, Mrs. Lotz, at a time like this?
You know, Jane, I almost think at a time like this, it's almost easier to have faith because we have nothing else in some ways. And I've watched as this nation has turned to prayer. You know, we've seen the prayer vigils. I watched some of the coverage of the prayer vigil in the Capitol last night. And in our city, we have prayer vigils. And so I think it's a time to turn to God. In fact, I was thinking of those World Trade Centers. They symbolize America. And we've seen again and again, you know, the replays of the planes diving into those buildings and the fireballs. And then I was horrified to watch as those buildings imploded. And yet, as I understand it, the foundation is somewhat still secure, and they're still finding, or they have found, survivors in the basement. And I think those World Trade Center towers symbolize our nation. And our nation has been hit and devastated by this day of terror. And now I believe it's our choice as a nation as to whether we're going to implode and just disintegrate emotionally and spiritually, or whether we're going to make the choice to be stronger. And I think right now we have the opportunity to come through this spiritually stronger than we've been in the past because we turn to God.
I've got less than a minute left, Mrs. Lotz, but I want to ask you, there's such a sense of anger among so many people, and rightfully so. And I've heard people say, those who are religious, those are not, if God is good, how could God let this happen? To that you say?
Well, I say that God is also angry when he sees something like this. And I would say also that for several years now, Americans, in a sense, have shaken their fists at God and said, God, we want you out of the schools, we want you out of our government, we want you out of our business, we want you out of our marketplace. And God, who is a gentleman, has just quietly, I believe, backed out of our national and political life, our public life, and removing his hand of blessing and protection. And we need to turn to God, first of all, and say, God, we're sorry that we have treated you this way, and we invite you now to come into our national life. We put our trust in you. You know, we have our trust in God on our coins. We need to practice it.
Mrs. Ann Graham Lotz, our thanks very much. We're back after this.
Good morning, I'm Andrea Round.
And I'm Mike Buchanan. In the news at 8:55, rescue crews at the Pentagon have once again gone back to work after the evacuation tones were sounded just a short time ago. Here's what happened. A bomb scare forced the evacuation of search and rescue workers at the Pentagon. This was about 7:45 this morning. As I said, they're all back in there now working again. A Pentagon spokesman says there was what he calls a non-specific threat. A section of the 5-story building badly damaged in the jet bomb terrorist attack, and still believe 150 people dead at the Pentagon.
D.C. public school officials are requesting private time today at 3 schools who lost students and staff in Tuesday's terrorist attacks. Superintendent Paul Vance says mental health officials will be on hand at Leckie Elementary, Bacchus Middle, and Ketchum Elementary schools. 3 11-year-old students and their teachers were heading for California on a National Geographic field trip.
For the latest information, news, weather, traffic, sports, whatever you need, the latest.
While at the office, log on to our website. It's WUSATV9.com. For the latest on the morning rush hour.
Monica, are you with us here?
Here's Monica Samtani. She's not here, but we will have more on traffic later in our news at 9 o'clock. Let's go to Hillary for a quick weather check.
Hi, everybody. There are blue skies overhead. It's a little breezy outside and a chill in the air, too, but this is nothing compared to what it'll feel like tomorrow, considerably cooler. Don't go away. When we return, the full forecast, and I will tell you exactly how much this weather's going to change. Stay with us.
Watch sports with Jess Atkinson on 9 Eyewitness News.
What's new at Marlowe? Delicious furniture, tempting prices, and for dessert, free financing, no finance charges, and no monthly payments until 2003. Free furniture until 2003. This Saturday and Sunday at Marlowe. Don't miss it. Marlowe, Washington's furniture superstore.
Stop! Don't pay retail for your computer needs. Come to the Market Pro Computer Show and save
in Upper Marlboro and Manassas.
Computers for under $300, under $50, monitors from $39, inkjet cartridges and software from just $5. Blowout prices on famous brand digital cameras, cell phones, books, games, furniture and accessories. New, used, or closeout deals from local, national, and regional dealers. Prices so low it will blow you away.
Saturday at the Showplace Arena in Upper Marlboro. Sunday at the Manassas Fairgrounds in Manassas.
The Washington, D.C. region has been recognized for the work ethic, productivity, and skill of its workforce. The exceptional quality of our labor force has played a significant part in the achievements of our home and our country, and we continue to grow through the pride of the people who make this hometown work.
Phillips provides services for families and their children with severe behavioral, emotional, and learning disabilities. Bragonier Masonry Contractors Incorporated, United Planning Organization.
Last year was not very good. I sent my brother a gift that I thought he'd really like.
What a great day for your birthday!
But this year I'm ordering from 1-800-Flowers.com, and I'm going to send him a cake made out of fresh cut flowers. 1-800-Flowers.com is more than just flowers. There's lots of gifts for any occasion, like anniversaries or just because. When I use this special code, I'll even get 10% off of my order.
I'm Jim McCann from 1-800-Flowers.com. Visit us online or call us at 1-800-Flowers today.
2 more summer blockbusters are heading your way from Suzuki. Lease the 7-passenger XL7 for just $249.95 a month with only $2,000 total to start. Or check out the Suzuki Grand Vitara. At 0% APR for 48 months, you can save more than $4,300 in finance charges. We'll supply the blockbusters. You bring the popcorn. Visit your Suzuki dealer today or call 1-877-MY-SUZUKI.
See your Suzuki DC-10 today.
Watch Gordon Peterson and Gravir Dunza weeknights at 6 and 11. Where local news comes first. This is 9 Eyewitness News at 9.
Good morning. I'm Mike Buchanan.
I'm Andrea Rome. Thank you for joining us. Today is September 13th. It's Thursday.
Let me tell you some of the things we have in the show. Of course, the latest information on the terrorist attacks, and we have Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton here to talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill in the aftermath of the attacks.
Also, Dr. Gerald Post, an expert on Osama bin Laden and terrorism from George Washington University. He'll also join us.
Robert Kessler is an author who has written books on the inner workings of both the FBI and the CIA. Mr. Kessler is going to tell us about the effort to find the people responsible for the attacks.
Plus, we'll have live reports from the Pentagon, National Airport, and downtown Washington.
There is more grim news this morning about the death toll in New York City. The New York Times is reporting by the end of the day, the medical examiner expects there will be 11,000 body bags on hand for the remains of the victims of the World Trade Center attack.
Last night, the search for victims came to a halt after parts of another building near the World Trade Center complex collapsed. A 54-story building, the NASDAQ headquarters, went down along with parts of the Trade Center South Tower. It is a sign of just how dangerous it is near the disaster site. Police are also worried about the possibility of other collapses. Some New Yorkers still don't know if their loved ones survived. About 2,500 visited a grief counseling center yesterday looking for answers.
The fire at the Pentagon has been extinguished and search crews picked through the debris all night looking for survivors. They used dogs, listening devices to try to locate anyone who might still be alive. At least 150 people are still missing.
How close are we to hunting down those responsible for this heinous attack? Gary Nuremberg has this wrap-up of the latest on the investigation.
Well, good morning, Mike and Andrea. It is clear that no other investigation on the FBI's long list has a higher priority. About a quarter of the FBI staff is now assigned to this, and results are starting to come in. The investigators say they now know some things.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Old-fashioned police work, traditional investigative techniques.
We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down.
Brothers Adnan and Amir Bukhari are suspected hijackers. Their Florida homes searched, evidence seized, workers at a nearby flight school questioned. Elsewhere in Florida, another flight school. An employee there, Charlie Voss, briefly rented a home to 2 students suspected of being hijackers, Mohammed Ati and Marwan Yusuf Shahid.
When they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced.
Cars used by suspected hijackers have been seized in Portland, Maine, and at Logan Airport in Boston. Raids in Boston and on a train in Rhode Island led police to take several persons into custody, but police said they may only be witnesses, not participants. No direct, absolute connection, at least not publicly announced yet, to terrorist Osama bin Laden. But investigators are going everywhere in the world to talk to anyone who has any known relationship with him. And it is clear at this point that Osama bin Laden remains at the top of the list of suspects who may have been responsible for this mass murder. Mike and Andrea.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. The search and rescue efforts at the Pentagon are underway after a brief interruption this morning. The entire building was evacuated. The evacuation tones were sounded about 7:30. Leslie Foster joins us now from the Pentagon with the latest. Leslie?
Well, the search and rescue effort has resumed. Of course, Mike and Andre, after you said there was some sort of brief halt. It was about an hour. The site was evacuated, but the problem has been resolved. Here's some video that was shot earlier when the search and rescue teams and others were evacuated from the building. There were volunteers, also other medical personnel, Red Cross outside until they received the all clear. Now the search has resumed again. Rescuers will go back inside to shore up the building in certain places. Obviously, their priority right now is trying to search for any signs of life. And we are hearing more about what happened inside the Pentagon during that terrorist attack from a Pentagon employee who actually worked in the wing that was struck.
And I was fixing a leak, and I walked out of a guy's room, and from there, I walked down the corridor, and I was hit with the blast from behind. To this day, I still can't hear the boom. It just hit me from behind and sent me flying.
Now, the gentleman that you just heard from worked 1 floor above the area where the plane hit in the E-wing, which of course is the area with the most significant damage. Obviously, still very shaken up, still very much in shock over the gravity of the situation. We talked with rescuers this morning who said from the outside, we can't even begin to imagine what kind of damage is inside. One of them summed it up and said it was as if you turned the Pentagon upside down and shook it around, and that is what it looks like inside. But even he was not able to find the words to adequately, as he said, describe what was facing them inside. Certainly a monumental task for them. They are working very, very hard here and trying very much to try not to think about the emotion of the job ahead of them, but just the task of trying to save a life in there. And they know that will be difficult, but they say that is their job, search and rescue, and they will be holding on to that hope until the last brick is moved. Back to you.
Leslie Foster, thank you very much. Just one note, I want to tell you that U.S. commercial air traffic is going to resume at 11 o'clock this morning. That's when some of the first planes are going to resume. Looks like Dulles is going to be open. Reagan National does not look like it's going to be open. We're going to have that full story for you, so stay with us.
It's the largest criminal investigation ever, and it's being headed by the FBI. Ron Kessler is author of the FBI Inside the World's Most Powerful Law Enforcement Agency.
Mr. Kessler has spoken to hundreds of agents about how the FBI does business. He has also examined the Central Intelligence Agency. Mr. Kessler joins us now for some insight into how the investigation is being conducted. Ron, we're 48 hours into it, and it looks like the FBI has moved very rapidly.
Yeah, you know, the FBI, despite all the problems in recent years, is very good. And they have field offices in every city, almost every city, 56 field offices. And each one of these is involved in the investigation. There are cell phone calls to trace, there are cars to run down, you know, endless leads. And that's all being funneled into FBI headquarters. There's what they call a SIOC, which is this huge operations center where everything is coordinated. And I think you're going to find that they do a good job.
Since one of the targets was the White House and the president himself, where does the CIA come into this investigation?
Well, very good question. There's sort of a knee-jerk reaction that, you know, well, the CIA should have known about this, you know. Well, just picture any crime, even if it involves, you know, a large number of people. We don't necessarily expect that, you know, our local police or FBI are going to know that this bank is going to be robbed, even if quite a few people are involved. Sometimes we do. You know, sometimes the FBI does stop a terrorist attack before it occurs based on CIA information frequently. But it's hard. And bin Laden has had a $5 million reward on his head for some years now. He's one of the FBI top 10, and yet none of these people have turned him in. So it's difficult. On the other hand, clearly policy needs to be changed, and there needs to be more focus on this area.
I mean, we had 50 or 60 terrorists, according to the Justice Department, involved in this plot, and basically we were caught flat-footed.
Yeah. You know, also there's been all this hullabaloo about FBI looking at emails, you know, and this carnivore thing. And obviously, you know, we have to stay within the law, but some of these laws can be changed, the balance can be changed somewhat to make it easier for the FBI to penetrate and wiretap and bug these people.
We talk about missile defense systems and all of these very sophisticated pieces of technology, but it seems as if just good, hard grunt work, good security measures could have made a difference.
Yeah, well, certainly security in the airlines. Apparently, you know, the Israeli airlines have walls that cannot be opened, and they have guards. But in the other area, yeah, it's what's known as human in CIA jargon, human intelligence, where you try to infiltrate, you try to get actually within an organization. But again, it's very, very difficult when they're so dedicated.
They allegedly had people working here in the United States for long times. The people who were on the planes, they had established themselves in their communities as good and decent people.
They were trained.
Aren't the FBI looking for moles? Weren't they looking for moles during World War II?
That's right. And the FBI, you know, was aware of some of these groups, and yet there wasn't enough, you know, basis. There wasn't a criminal predicate to actually do anything. I think that as we go further into it, there's going to be a question of whether they could have wiretapped and whether but on the other hand, whether they had enough information based on our current laws.
Well, is it true that there are family members of Osama bin Laden living in the United States?
I know there are these so-called cells, various parts of his organization. I don't know about family.
And we can't do anything about
well,
those?
that's a very good question. I mean, I don't really have the answer. I think we have to
big part
find
of
out
it
more
was,
about.
Correct me if I'm
happened.
wrong. I think, I mean, there obviously would have been a lot more intelligence and a lot more alarms sounded, but these people were using domestic rather than international flights. Did that make a big difference?
The security procedures are not as good on domestic, but based on even using international security methods, these people would have gotten on.
Oh, that's
what is
scary.
needed is very secure doors, so that and situation where the pilots will not come out.
Yeah.
That's certainly necessary.
And you're confident, as you say, even with the problems they've had, the FBI is the bureau to head this investigation.
Yeah,
they
no
can
question.
do it.
And they did a very good job in the Oklahoma bombing case, in spite of later documents problem. They got the guy. It was a massive investigation. This is much bigger, and boy, I think they're going to do a good job.
Sir, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Let me just tell you, I'm not sure what this is yet. The New York borough of Staten Island is blocked off from the rest of the city and New Jersey today. The Verrazano Bridge is in a lockdown. Staten Island Ferry is also closed. It's because of a police action. No official word on what's going on. 3 other Staten Island bridges are also closed. We'll keep you posted.
In the midst of all that's going on, we now have reports of an Amtrak train crash in Utah. The Associated Press reports the California Zephyr out of Chicago, bound for Oakland, California, crashed into a train in western Utah and caught fire. A local hospital has been told to expect casualties, but so far reports are no serious injuries. Only minor injuries are reported. Station KUTV reports 200 people were on board the California Zephyr. The train was, again, heading from Chicago to Oakland, California. We'll have more information on this when information becomes available.
9 Eyewitness News coverage of the terrorist attacks continues in just a moment. The time is 9:13. The temperature 69 degrees.
Alert. You have reached the end of the internet. You have seen everything there is to see. Please go back. Now.
Introducing DirecTV DSL. Travel to the end of the internet and back up to 50 times faster than dial-up. Sign up today and get our special offer. 3 months of DSL service for $19.99 per month. There's no activation fee or installer appointment needed, because with our exclusive DirecTV DSL gateway and software, you just plug it in and set it up yourself in no time. Explore every corner of the internet at blazing speeds. Do more, see more, experience more joy. So call 1-800-509-4DSL now. Get 3 months of DirecTV DSL for $19.99 per month. After that, it's just $49.99 per month.
I thought you were surfing the internet.
Yeah, I finished it. The Washington, D.C. region has been recognized for the work ethic, productivity, and skill of its workforce. The exceptional quality of our labor force has played a significant part in the achievements of our home and our country, and we continue to grow through the pride of the people who make this hometown work.
QSS Group combines the power of people and technology to deliver innovative mission-critical customer-specific solutions in information technology and aerospace engineering and science. Our primary clients are NASA, NOAA, FDIC, and HUD.
Right now, you can join Bally for just $5 to start. Plus, get 6 months free of dues. Why Bally? Because no one ever asks, does my butt look too small in this? Join Bally today and get one of our new Rapid Results memberships and get all the results you're going for. Just call 1-800-FITNESS and get any of our Rapid Results memberships for just $5 to start. Plus, get 6 months free. Why Bally? Because we all have our reasons.
Tengo un trabajo ahora y el Departamento de Servicios Humanos de DC me dio lo que necesitaba. Ellos me ayudaron con el mantenimiento de los niños, la transportación, resumen escrito y trabajo aquí en este hospital. Ahora estoy ayudando a otros y a mi familia. Todo gracias al Departamento de Servicios Humanos de D.C.
Si usted es un residente del distrito y está buscando trabajo, llame a Answers Please, Info 211.
Estoy contenta que lo hice. Mis hijos están felices y yo estoy haciendo una diferencia.
The number of dead and those reported missing in the suicide attacks on Tuesday has now grown to 4,000.
This from a woman who escaped from the building. It may seem trivial to lose 2 buildings, but it is morally devastating to live under the weighty absence of a symbol of New York that we lived with in our daily lives, that we saw from nearly every point in our city, my city. That was Sybil, who made it out, luckily, from the rubble.
And what a story.
What a story. Well, I hope we can share a little bit more of that with you as well.
Let's take a break now. There's going to be a change in the weather. Hillary has the details.
There will be. Today we'll have lots of sunshine. We'll have nice temperatures. It'll be up into the lower 80s. But tomorrow, considerably cooler. It is 69 degrees here right now. Temperatures throughout the region in the 60s. Some folks are starting to see 70-degree readings. High pressure is still in control. Up to the north and west, see that little line of precipitation? That is preceding a front. It's a strong frontal boundary, not a lot of moisture, but behind it some really cool temperatures, which means tomorrow we're not going to be getting out of the 60s in some places. So that's a big change in the weather, certainly. Today, though, it's a different story. 78 to 83 degrees about 1 o'clock. Air quality is code yellow for today, which is moderate. At 7 o'clock, our temperatures are in the 70s. The sun goes down at 7:20. We are at 69 degrees, going up to 84 on this Thursday.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
One of the questions that remains unanswered today is when will commercial airlines start flying again? We're starting to get more information about that. Peggy Fox is tracking the story. And Peggy, where are you? Oh, I see National Airport?
Yes, I'm at National Airport. We were at Dulles earlier. Just in the past hour, we have heard that the FAA has opened airspace, will open it by 11 o'clock today. But hold your horses, because that does not mean that your flight necessarily is going anywhere. In fact, National Airport will be closed today. They will not be flying out of National. And Dulles will only have a handful of flights, less than 10 flights probably, going out of Dulles Airport today. I'm told by Tara Hamilton, I just got off the phone with her now with the airport authority, and she says that really assume your flight probably is not going, and the airline will probably call you if your flight is in fact going. Why? Every single flight must endure a stringent security check by the FAA, so of course that's going to take a lot of time. There will be some movement, however, at Dulles. Take a look at some pictures we shot this morning at Dulles Airport. Things are extremely quiet there. There are people working. You can see some maintenance workers here taking advantage of the clear space and plenty of room for them to do their things. We found a guy working on the baggage belt. He says normally it's very difficult to get an opportunity to do that. Outside, the planes that were stopped Tuesday remain there at the gates very eerily, but there are some signs of life starting to appear at Dulles. The construction work going on at the parking decks around Dulles was stopped yesterday, of course, and Tuesday. Today it is resuming, so things are starting to get back into motion. You know, when you do fly again, expect things to never be the same again. Security will be as tight as it's ever been, tighter than you've ever seen it. Take a look at these security checks that you will see. New security measures into place, more uniformed security personnel. There will be a ban on curbside check-in from now on. Visitors will be prohibited from passing through security checkpoints. Knives and other cutting tools will be prohibited on all planes. All luggage must be accompanied by passengers, and there will be random ID checks of employees and vendors. And of course, search of all planes before passengers board. You can bet this is going to take a lot of time, and it'll take a lot longer to board airplanes as well. But for now, once again, National Airport will be closed today. We're waiting to hear about tomorrow. Dulles Airport open, but very, very few flights. I'm Peggy Fox reporting live. Back to you, Buck and Andrea.
Peggy, these flights, are these the ones that were originally detoured someplace else and are now being allowed to make their original destinations, or normal, somewhat normal flights?
We might have a few normal flights, but the ones at Dulles, the only ones that were diverted to Dulles were the ones diverted from National. There are other airports across the country where those planes that were diverted, you know, way off course. Probably will be resuming today. But Tara Hamilton couldn't tell me specifically which planes, which flights. So she said basically the airlines will call you if your flight's going.
Don't call us, we'll call you. Yeah. Peggy, thank you very much. We got this word from Eyewitness News reporter Dave Statter. He says sources have told him that National Airport could be one of the last airports in the country to open because of its proximity to Washington. The airport, it's believed it has been certified as safe with security measures in effect, but it's just too close to home, so to speak.
Joining us now is Dr. Gerald Post, professor of political psychology and international affairs at George Washington University.
He's also an expert on terrorism and Osama bin Laden. That's synonymous almost, is it not, Doctor?
At this time, he's been identified as the world's #1 terrorist.
Is he the prime suspect in these terrorist attacks?
He certainly is. The tactics, the coordination, the sophistication, the planning, the intricate logistics all point to him.
Doctor, I've heard Osama bin Laden is no longer an individual. He is a movement. Let's say we find him after all the years of trying to hunt him down. We find him, we remove him. Does that stop the terrorism?
It certainly does not stop the terrorism. However, in charismatically led movements, and we had the same thing with Sendero Luminoso in Peru, with the PKK in Turkey with Öcalan. When you are able to remove a charismatic leader to decapitate the organization, it does seriously wound it.
This is like $1 million operation. I mean, the training of these terrorists, their room, their board, their flight education. Where does the money come from?
Well, when Osama bin Laden's billionaire father, who founded the bin Laden construction company in Saudi Arabia, died, Osama bin Laden had an inheritance of $57 million, which is now estimated to be between $200 and $300 million, which he has used to support his movement very generously.
Is he like a Frankenstein monster? Did we create him since the United States trained him because he was anti-communist initially, and now we're reaping the benefits of that training?
As you point out, quite ironically, we supported in Afghanistan the group that he was working to support. Then when the enemy was vanquished, he needed a new enemy in many ways, and now we have met the enemy and they is us, and it is quite devastating. He's a very pious man, and when he returned to Saudi Arabia after being in Afghanistan and found the infidels, the American occupiers of the Holy Lands, his initial thrust was to expel the American soldiers from Saudi Arabia. Then in 1998, he issued a fatwa, a religious declaration, saying that all Americans were enemies, both civilians and military, for supporting these policies.
Doctor, when you look at those pictures from the World Trade Center, when you look at the Pentagon, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are how incredible that normal individuals, and we've just finished a study interviewing some 35 incarcerated terrorists. They are all psychologically normal, and that is quite staggering. These are not crazed maniacs. Can become so inflamed within a social movement that they can justify this horror as being in God's service. This is killing in the name of God, and they have come to believe that what they have done has religious authority and is a sacred act.
I saw one reporter ask the, I think it was the Secretary of Defense, do we have the belly to battle this beast? This kind of fanaticism, I don't see in anyone in America that we would commit a suicidal act in the name of America even.
It is really quite remarkable. One of the terrorists we interviewed expressed regret, perfectly sound person, that he had not yet been chosen, and longed to have the day when he would commit the ultimate sacrifice for Allah.
And what I said the other day, I guess I'll never forget what you said. I said these people were on a suicide mission, and you said no.
Martyrs.
That's right. The term is istishhad, which means martyrdom or self-sacrifice in the service of Allah. In fact, the Quran says you may not commit suicide, and they decry thinking of this as suicide. Rather, it is pursuing jihad.
Very informative. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and your insight.
My pleasure.
Okay, coming up on Eyewitness News when we come back, an expert. No expert.
We'll have the latest when we come back. Stay with us. It's 9:25, 70 degrees. We'll have Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton with us.
She's an expert.
When we come back.
Kohl's anniversary sale starts Friday at 8 a.m. and we're celebrating with 20 to 50% savings throughout the store. Save on your favorite brand names like Sag Harbor, Dockers, Nike, and more. Save on our entire stock of sweaters and outerwear, shoes, and everything for your home. Plus, every time you use your Kohl's charge through Monday, take an additional 10% off at Kohl's anniversary sale. Kohl's, that's more like it.
Bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my... They have a story to tell, and they tell it in song. TV Music for You presents Once Upon a Song. 34 great hits performed by the world's best-loved musical storytellers.
Wake up, Maggie, I think I got something to say to you. I learned the truth at 17, that love was meant for beauty queens.
And the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man on the moon.
Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose.
Once Upon a Song brings you over 2 hours of classic story songs by the artist.
I heard a pray the night Chicago died. That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia.
I knew a man, Bojangles, and he danced for you.
Mama told me to come.
The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal.
Today, Billy Joe McAllister jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge.
You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain.
The day my mama stocked it to the Harper Valley PTA.
May as well go on, 'cause I did on my own.
Once Upon a Song on 2 cassettes or 2 CDs. This offer is not available in stores, so order.
Redskins fans, if you want full access to your team, one station has it all. Sports Director Jess Atkinson and Darryl Green. Redskins All Access. On the field and off. From the locker room to the community. It's your best source for Redskins news, interviews, and inside information. It's a show no Redskins fan should miss. Saturday at 7:30 on 9 WUSA, your official Redskins All Access station.
Welcome back to 9 Eyewitness News. We told you a few minutes ago the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey closed the 3 Staten Island crossings and the Verrazano Bridge. They were in a lockdown because of a police manhunt. The Staten Island Bridge has now been, the bridges to New York Staten Island have now been reopened. No word yet on the police activity, who they were looking for. It now appears that the World Bank and IMF will call off this month's annual meeting after increasing security concerns following this week's terrorist attacks. The Washington Post reports officials at both institutions are strongly in favor of canceling or postponing the meetings. D.C. police officials say they would like to see the meetings canceled because of the possibility of large protests.
What is the mood in Congress regarding the terrorist attacks, especially in regards to retaliation?
And joining us now is D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. Ms. Norton, thank you very much for your time.
Certainly. Good to see you. Are you as mad as Congressman Zell Miller or your colleagues want retaliation?
I think the word response would probably be a consensus word. Some want retaliation, immediate retaliation. Most believe, virtually all believe, that no great power takes an attack from a foreign power whose identity, by the way, remains unknown and just sits and waits for the next attack. So something is going to happen. Most of us want whatever happens to be very careful, and very accurately aimed. We also do not want to see the tit-for-tat syndrome that we have in Israel now. So we think this takes some thought, and we do not expect, at least many of us do not expect, to see immediate action from the United States. This has to be thought out and analyzed very carefully and even slowly.
It's got to make you real mad when you see those pictures every time.
Well, especially since though I'm a native Washingtonian, I identify with New York. Both of my children were born there. I lived there for 12 years, and here they come to our own home region. And so both places that I know well have gotten it. Of course, they've gotten it because the Twin Towers is the symbol of American economic power. The Pentagon or the White House. The Pentagon would have been the symbol of American military power. So if they missed the White House, they got something equally important as far as they're concerned.
Have you gotten any briefings, ma'am, as to what happened? Was that plane that crashed in western Pennsylvania, was that plane headed for the Capitol, the White House?
You know, we had a briefing yesterday. There was some, I might call it anger, in the briefing because we came out of that briefing and learned on television, you guys are way ahead of the game, that in fact was the case or may have been the case. We were not told that in the briefing, and yet we were briefed by the Attorney General, by the head of the FBI, by the new FBI director, and I must tell you that even in the meeting, though the briefing did give us some reassurance, there was some anger expressed in the body of the meeting that so little was told to members of Congress.
Well,
and after all, you were sitting there in the Capitol.
Right.
We're sitting right there at ground zero.
And you're the ones who have to give the declaration of war if the president so asks.
That is right. And as I speak, there's some draft language that is being passed around the Congress right now. It's the broadest language I have ever seen.
Regarding a declaration of war?
That's the word. It doesn't say declaration of war. That's what it is.
Because your joint resolution is already denounced and given the president whatever powers he needs.
Well, it doesn't really. The joint resolution is basically a condemnation. I didn't get on the floor until 11 o'clock last night to speak to it. I don't think there's a member that didn't go on the floor. That's where you saw the most extraordinary unity. You couldn't tell the difference between Democrats and Republicans last night. But if this document that I've seen a draft of becomes essentially how we authorize the president to do what he has to do, there will be some controversy because it is the broadest document I've ever seen. Now, I should say that in a very real sense, whatever we say has got to be broad because we do not know where and we do not know who. A declaration of war says you are authorized to go X and do Y. Go where and do what? So we've got to give we can't give the president the authority to do whatever he wants to do, but we are going to have to give him the authority to do what he has to do.
Are you pleased with the international response, NATO and the European Union?
We are calling in our chits. We have been there for NATO. Remember what the NATO treaty says. One attack, all are attacked. But then let's step back a minute. What that is usually meant in Europe is U.S., you go first. You go first, we follow, even if it's in Europe, on our shores, and indeed in my country. What it's going to mean here is we're going to be way out in front of everybody else. They're going to be saying, yeah, we're with you. This is going to take military action chiefly by the United States. And I think it is not going to be a strike and then it's over. I think you've got to be prepared to see members of our armed forces at it for some time. I am concerned enough that I have asked for a briefing by the Defense Department and by the National Guard because I am sure that the district is the same.
Ground troops?
I want a briefing. I want to know what role the military is going to play to protect the District of Columbia, the capital of the United States, and to protect the United States of America, because we've been told we're in war. That's what Colin Powell says. That's what President Bush says. If we're in war, we must maintain a civilian society, but we got to know what role the military is playing, because frankly, we do want them to play a role at this point, given what happened on September 11th.
Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, thank you very much for your time. The time right now is 9:35. Temperature is 71 degrees. We'll have a recap of the latest developments in the investigation of the terrorist attacks on America. Be right back.
23 pounds heavier, I avoided having a single picture taken of me. And now I'm a camera hog.
LA Weight Loss Center's revolutionizing the way people lose weight.
I would get on the scale and I'd lost 2 more pounds or 3 more pounds, and so that day I would feel good, and so the next morning I'd pick something special to wear. Before I lost the weight, I was a size 14, and now I'm a size 8. This is the real Michelle. This is the real me.
Now just $7 a week. Call for your free consultation. LA Weight Loss Centers, 1-800-526-SLIM.
2 more summer blockbusters are heading your way from Suzuki. Lease the 7-passenger XL7 for just $249.95 a month with only $2,000 total to start. Or check out the Suzuki Grand Vitara. At 0% APR for 48 months, you can save more than $4,300 in finance charges. We'll supply the blockbusters. You bring the popcorn. Visit your Suzuki dealer today or call 1-877-MY-SUZUKI.
See your Suzuki DC-10 today.
The Washington, D.C. region has been recognized for the work ethic, productivity, and skill of its workforce. The exceptional quality of our labor force has played a significant part in the achievements of our home and our country, and we continue to grow through the pride of the people who make this hometown work.
Associated Builders and Contractors, the construction industry's free enterprise leader, building America for over 50 years, inspiring and educating tomorrow's workforce, creating dynamic careers and safe workplaces, advancing free enterprise and open competition.
If you're a woman who's in or past menopause, you have good reason to worry about osteoporosis. More than half of women over age 50 have osteoporosis. So you may want to be part of a clinical trial testing a research medicine that may prevent osteoporosis. If you're 45 or over, you have good reason to learn about this trial. Call now.
No time to do your hair? Style it on the go with cordless Thermacell. Hair gone limp? Touch it up with cordless Thermacell. Your workout too intense? Get your look back in shape with cordless Thermacell. Style, curl, or straighten your hair anywhere. Just push in the energy cell and it heats up fast. Look terrific wherever you go. Its compact case fits right in your purse. And now it comes in these 4 cool colors. Cordless Thermacell.
Thermacell cordless curling irons are available at CBS, Rodman's, and Eckerd.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News. Hope dwindles. Scene of the rubble up in New York City, the Twin Towers. Not much of a prayer left. In the district and most surrounding areas, schools have reopened this morning.
They're trying to get back to normal. Eric Dodd reports from an elementary school in Northwest Washington.
Love you. Parting with what's most precious to them, a little more poignant for parents after Tuesday. An unexpected day off gave moms and dads an opportunity to talk with their kids about Tuesday's tragedies.
It was a difficult time for us. I tried very hard not to let him watch a lot of the media, but it was a moment where we were able to sit and spend some time understanding how important life is and what this nation really is about.
Pretty sad, and I wanted to find out who they were. And like not really punish them and hurt them, just like ask them why they did that.
Parents of younger students had a somewhat tougher time.
And yesterday was a little worried about terrorists maybe bombing the school and thought that might be the reason why the school was out. But I said no, it was because everybody wanted their kids to be with them yesterday.
Many families discussed exactly what occurred, and they had to decide how to approach these issues because this was massive and totally unexpected.
Educators plan to spend part of the day helping navigate students through their emotions.
I think the little kids, you say that life is changing. The bigger kids, you have to really lay it out because these kids are so informed now.
All right, that was Eric Dodd. He was at a Northwest Washington school where they are trying to get back to normal. There are new indications that they were not going to go down without a fight. Some of the passengers on that 4th hijacked airliner had learned about the World Trade Center attack and tried to overpower their captors. United Flight 93 smashed into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. All 45 people aboard were killed, and now investigators are looking for the important black boxes.
That crash near Pittsburgh may provide one of the most important clues in the investigation. Gregory Faith is an aviation consultant who has worked with airline crash scenes and airline crash investigators. That cockpit voice recorder, that's vital, is it not?
It's very vital in this particular instance because it'll help the FBI in understanding what took place in that airplane before the accident.
We've talked about security, getting on the plane, but not specifically about while on the plane. How do we protect the crews?
One of the biggest things that is of concern to the crew is the easy access from the passenger cabin into the cockpit. And given the bulkhead that separates the cockpit from the passenger cabin, it is not made of very stout material, so it's easy to access. And so there's talk in the industry now of possibly making that bulkhead now out of Kevlar or some stout material that, if it doesn't prevent access, will at least slow the access down to give pilots more time.
The speculation is that some of the hijackers were holding the flight attendants hostage, threatening to kill them if the crew didn't come out of the cockpit.
And that too is a problem, because now you're into a judgment call. What kind of training do you provide to the flight crew, and at what point do you make that decision to either sacrifice yourself, the entire crew and the passengers, or you sacrifice someone? It's going to be a very difficult situation.
I heard
to resolve.
one expert say it may have to be like the medical profession with triage.
Yes.
Save the ones that you can save.
And that's a very difficult call to make.
I wouldn't want to be making. Gregory, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate your time.
Still to come, more live coverage. We'll be right back.
Come to the Market Pro Computer Show and say price is so low, it will blow you away.
Saturday at the Showplace Arena in Upper Marlboro. Sunday at the Manassas Fairgrounds in Manassas.
Right now, you can join Bally for just $5 to start. Plus, get 6 months free of dues. Why Bally? Because no one ever asks, does my butt look too small in this? Join Bally today and get one of our new Rapid Results memberships and get all the results you're going for. Just call 1-800-FITNESS and get any of our Rapid Results memberships for just $5 to start. Plus, get 6 months free. Why Bally? Because we all have our reasons.
Dry and sunny every day. Sounds like a dream, doesn't it? Especially if you experience occasional loss of bladder control. That's why Poise is the only pad that's custom fit to keep you drier. The center is gently raised to bring protection closer to you. And it's wider at one end, so you place the protection where you need it most, for a close custom fit that keeps you drier than any other pad. So every day feels dry and comfortable.
The Washington, D.C. region has been recognized for the work ethic, productivity, and skill of its workforce. The exceptional quality of our labor force has played a significant part in the achievements of our home and our country, and we continue to grow through the pride of the people who make this hometown work.
Prism is an IT staffing firm located in Reston, Virginia and Bethesda, Maryland. We are excellence in IT staffing. We provide professional placement across the entire software lifecycle.
Planning to sell your home or condo this year? You're probably wondering how much it's worth. You can find out free on the web at housevalues.com. So if you're planning to sell, visit housevalues.com today. That's housevalues.com.
9 Eyewitness News tonight at 11. New, updated, guaranteed.
We have this breaking news story.
Live and late breaking. 9 Eyewitness News brings you more new information every night.
Tonight, 9 Eyewitness News has learned that faced with the threat of violence.
Exclusive 9 Eyewitness News extras uncover and report new facts first at 11.
We found some sort of potentially hazardous medical waste.
For more new information first, watch 9 Eyewitness News at 11, where local news comes first.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News. The time is 9:45.
There are some stories we may never be able to tell, the stories of victims who were aboard the 4 airliners hijacked Tuesday.
233 of those people were passengers on those jets, each certainly with a story to tell, but it's one we're never going to hear. We are getting some indication of who these people were, from their friends, from their relatives. Frank Herzog is here. He has one of those stories.
His name is Steve Jacoby. Chief Operating Officer of Metrocall, the Northern Virginia company that supplies pagers and telephone equipment throughout our area. Steve Jacoby, close personal friend of Bill Collins, the man who wants to bring baseball back to Washington. Jacoby shared that passion and much more.
Well, Steve Jacoby, you know, for me personally, was an incredibly dear friend. Besides just a business colleague, we've been together in this communications industry for some 20-some years. Jake was responsible for our networks, and it was our networks that literally provided services and communications to so many people in the emergency medical, in the hospital, police, fire, and those networks continue to work even though some of our most significant links were on the World Trade Center. I think it's a tribute to Jake, and it's somewhat ironic.
One thing I talked with Jake about before he left is he was very excited. We were going next weekend on a fishing trip together, and he was bringing his 8-year-old son, Nick. You know, it's much more than about business. It's about a personal friend, and it's about a family, and it's about people that you love.
If there was an act of heroism that was ever attempted on that plane, knowing Jake, he was the one that would have tried to do something significant. He was that kind of guy.
September 11th, there's not going to be a day that goes by in any of our lives where we don't at least stop and think about, you know, this day, from what happened to the people that were involved in my case, and in Bill's case, and in our kind of Metrocall family's case, the fact that we lost, you know, Steve Jacoby, you know, our friend.
We will probably never know what happened aboard American Flight 77 that morning. We'll never know how the passengers on those 4 airliners reacted to their peril. Did Steve Jacoby try to overpower the hijackers, or did he comfort 2 young boys the same age as his own son who were simply bound for California and the trip of a lifetime? His friends at Metrocall are convinced that one thing is certain: Steve Jacoby did something heroic that day. I should tell you that the first memorial services for passengers aboard that flight are set for this evening. 11-year-old Rodney Dickens, who attended Ketchum Elementary in Northwest Washington, will be remembered in services at the National City Christian Church. 11-year-old Bernard Brown, a student at Leckie Elementary in Southeast, will be honored at the Union Temple Baptist Church. Both services begin at 6:30. One other note, Mike and Andrea, the National Football League is supposed to announce today what it will do with its games this weekend. I am told that the president of the Players Association, Gene Upshaw, and his players do not want to play these games. But the ultimate decision will be made by the owners and by the commissioner. As soon as I find out what happens, I'll let you know.
All right. Hopefully we'll have that for Eyewitness News at noon.
Yes.
We have this bulletin from the Associated Press. The Pentagon says preliminary death toll from Tuesday's attack, approximately 190 people. Joining us now is Dr. Robert Washington. He's a counselor who has taken on the important mission of helping people come to grips with their loss. Mr. Washington is the former director of the William Wentz Center for Loss and Healing here in Washington. He's now with Montgomery Hospice, and he's also a student at Howard Divinity School.
How do we cope? I mean, this is one quote here: an aching void where my sense of security had once been.
Yeah, it's a good question, because right now we don't feel very secure, and America is facing this for the very first time. We have always had a sense that we were a secure nation, and now we don't feel that way. How do we help children especially to cope with this? First thing we have to do is to listen to them. In our conversations with them, we have to hear what they have to say, hear their concerns, and help them to see that in their immediate areas they are secure, that their families can provide the security for them at home. But we can't give them a false sense that everything's all right, because the world has indeed changed. We have to understand that people are going to respond to this in very different ways and in a broad range of ways. Some people are going to feel it in their bodies. They're going to have a visceral response to this. I, for example, tune into the terror that I think the passengers must have felt before the death. Other people are going to experience it in other ways as well, but this is the kind of thing that leaves us with a bodily sensation. We will need time to get over that, yes.
Doctor, we hear these martyrs, we call them terrorists, they think of themselves as martyr, doing all things for Allah. We have faith. How do we talk to young people about where God's role is in this?
Good question. One of the things that concerns me, and one of the things that I think we have to consider greatly, is we're talking a lot about retribution, and we're talking that language to our children. Well, is that the message we want to give them, that when somebody does something to you, you clobber them? Is that really what we want to say? Or how do we temper our message of retribution with a message of grace? This was such a horrible
clobbering.
It really was a horrible clobbering.
You saw the polls, 70% of the people want action, and they want it fast. They want an eye for an eye.
But those same 70% would not say that their children should take an eye for an eye at 15. Okay, so we have to be careful, not that we shouldn't talk about revenge, but we should also talk about alternative ways of dealing with conflict when we are harmed and when we are hurt.
Well, we're hurt because, I mean, my son goes out the door, sir, and if he hears an airplane, my goodness, we're never going to be able to look at an airplane again for years and years without thinking about this attack.
A lot of post-traumatic stress involved in this, right?
Our lives have been changed forever.
And don't be afraid to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to talk about it. And don't assume that what you're feeling is abnormal. It's all a part of what we experience. You know when you're not right, and that's when you speak.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. Pleasure to meet you.
When we come back, an update on what is now the largest criminal investigation in the history of the world.
What if an internet provider asked you to draw from your imagination to envision taking your internet experience from everyday to extraordinary? You'd create AT&T WorldNet Service Plus. First, you'd start with the fastest logons and better connections. Then you'd add all the latest features, like instant messaging and chat for real-time communication. Not to mention cutting-edge tools like video email, so people can see and hear you every time you send a message. And you'd want live customer support. Now you can get it all from the provider-rated Best ISP by PC World. Call now for AT&T WorldNet Service Plus at just $16.95 a month. That's nearly 30% less than the leading ISP. So call 1-800-WorldNet today and switch to the internet plan that's drawing lots of attention.
I was absolutely never hungry. There were times when I couldn't eat all the food.
Introducing LA Express Accelerated Weight Loss Program, exclusively from LA Weight Loss.
I lost 5 pounds in 7 days on LA Express, and it made me feel terrific.
In 1 week, I could wear a pair of jeans and zip them up comfortably that I hadn't worn probably in a couple years.
I feel more than sexy. I feel like $1 million.
Now just $7 a week. Call for your free consultation. LA Weight Loss Centers, 1-800-526-SLIM.
Looking for a real power trip? Chevy's moving the 2001 metal. $2,000 cash back on Chevy S10 4-cylinder. $1,500 cash back or 1.9% financing on Silverado half-ton extended cab. That's right, tough guy. Big cash back or low APR. We'll give you the power. The question is, are you going to use it? Make your money count now at your local Chevy dealer.
The Washington, D.C. region has been recognized for the work ethic, productivity, and skill of its workforce. The exceptional quality of our labor force has played a significant part in the achievements of our home and our country, and we continue to grow through the pride of the people who make this hometown work.
Captain Billy's, the oldest crab house in historic southern Maryland. Located on the Potomac River, Captain Billy's has become well known throughout the United States because of its famous mouth-watering seafood.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News. Again, this late word, approximately 190 people perished in the terrorist attack on the Pentagon. A senior defense official says the death toll includes the passengers aboard the airliner that slammed into the building. This is the first official estimate by the Pentagon. The official stresses that 190 figure is still preliminary.
In New York, they don't know how many, but they say 1,100 body bags have been ordered, but the mayor has said they know of 3,700 people, 11,000 body bags are missing, and he says he knows of 37,000 people who are missing. So the numbers, as he called them once before, too staggering to bear. USA Today has devoted much of its staff to covering this unbearable story.
For the latest information they have, the information they've uncovered, we go now to Lauren Ashburn at USA Today. Lauren?
Well, Buck and Andre, you were talking with Robert Washington about how to cope
Well, journalists cope by getting the most and the best information they possibly can, and that's exactly what we're doing here at USA Today. We're focusing on the suspected masterminds behind this attack. The U.S. is looking at targets in Afghanistan for a retaliatory strike. The strike would be aimed at eliminating known terrorist Osama bin Laden. Now, right now, senior U.S. officials concede they only have a general idea of his whereabouts. But even if they knew his exact location and assassinated him, it would not end his terrorist attacks. They say that is because Taliban leaders believe bin Laden transferred leadership of his organization to 2 deputies to ensure the attacks against the U.S. continue. Now, officials say they believe those 2 men, the deputies, helped plan Tuesday's attack. They had a lead role in planning the USS Cole attack and the 2 embassy bombings in East Africa. Now, despite well-publicized efforts to shut down cells of supporters right here in the United States, his supporters are still soliciting money to support terrorism operations. U.S. and European officials have frozen most of bin Laden's known bank accounts worldwide.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. They carried a body out late last night at the World Trade Center. They had it draped in a flag. And all the construction workers and all the rescue workers stood and saluted. Yeah. Anyway, Andre and I will see you at noon, okay?
If only you trust in me, trust me now.
The Washington, D.C. region has been recognized for the work ethic, productivity, and skill of its workforce. The exceptional quality of our labor force has played a significant part in the achievements of our home and our country, and we continue to grow through the pride of the people who make this hometown work.
The American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, is proud to make America work. From Social Security payments to breakthrough medical research at NIH, government employees are right there, on the job for you.
I was absolutely never hungry. There were times when I couldn't eat all the food.
Introducing LA Express Accelerated Weight Loss Program, exclusively from LA Weight Loss.
I lost 5 pounds in 7 days on LA Express, and it made me feel terrific.
In 1 week, I could wear a pair of jeans and zip them up comfortably that I hadn't worn probably in a couple years.
I feel more than sexy. I feel like $1 million.
Now just $7 a week. Call for your free consultation. LA Weight Loss Centers, 1-800-526-SLIM.
Attention all Americans who need prescription drugs. Look how much you can save when you get a prescription filled with the People's Prescription Plan.
Prilosec, save $14.92 per prescription. Zocor, $12.25. Vioxx, $11.57. Lipitor,
and savings on so many more. For just $7.95 a month, this valuable plan covers your whole household with no limits on use. In fact, you can see how it can more than pay for itself the very first time you use it, and how the savings can really add up. You'll also save on eyewear, hearing aids, and more at over 50,000 locations nationwide. As a special offer, call now and pay just $2.95 for your first month, a savings of $5 off the regular price. Plus, your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. There are no claim forms. You save right on the spot. So for big savings when you need a prescription filled, get the People's Prescription Plan today.
Call 1-800-995-8668 for free information on the People's Prescription Plan. 1-800-995-8668.
J.C. Hayward and Bert Jock to 95 on 9 Eyewitness News.
As we come back at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, you're looking at the scene down in the southern tip of Manhattan, and we are continuing to monitor developments when there's been a late-breaking development that is going on in Washington. Back out front here with Jane Clayson, I'm Bryant Gumbel. We want to go immediately to Washington. Jim Stewart. Jim?
Bryant, some significant details are coming out now from federal investigators about the aftermath of this terrorist attack. And let me give you the headlines and then go through what detail I can share with you, which essentially is that they don't have any arrests yet. They still have no suspects in custody. They believe that some of these hijackers lived in the United States for more than a year. Some possibly longer than that. Others may have entered the country shortly before the attacks took place. No black boxes. This is the recording boxes inside the cockpits that provide them valuable data. None of those boxes have been recorded yet. Federal authorities, however, do have a tape recording of a conversation between one of the pilots, the commercial pilot, not the hijacker, of one of the doomed aircraft and ground controllers, and it is garbled, but they believe it to be significant. They are trying to sort that out. We are told that, I'm sorry, we are told that the hijackers have now been identified, each and every one. They know their names. They know which ones were on which plane. They have identified some of the nationalities involved. We are told that there were, I'm sorry, Brian. We are told that none of them were Iraqis. We are told that some of them may have belonged to an Egyptian Islamic fundamentalist group, which is critical to the federal investigators because that is the same group, as you may recall, that is believed to have attacked the USS Cole. We are told that the suspects apparently made no effort whatsoever to cover up their identities. We are told that some of them, one group as large as 7, purchased all of the tickets that they used to board the aircraft that they hijacked with the same credit card. Those credit card records and the flight manifest have provided the most significant details to date. According to one official, they are now, quote, swimming in an ocean of names that these credit card records and manifest have led them to. They say that they believe that the people who carried out these attacks were in fact assisted and sheltered by people in the United States, but the biggest question obviously is, are those people still here, and are they planning any additional attacks? Quite frankly, the authorities said this morning they don't know. They say that they are investigating the possibility, and we have to underline here possibility, that some other hijackings may have been aborted on Tuesday, that some aircraft, in fact, may have been targeted, but that those aircraft were taken to the ground after word was quickly spread through the system that, in fact, hijackings and crashes had occurred. They say they are dealing with some anecdotal evidence that suggests that, but they say they have no hard evidence that that is the case. We need to clear up one piece of apparently erroneous reporting that has placed the number of people involved in this incident at 50. Authorities say, frankly, they don't have any idea at this point what the true size of the universe is in that regard. One other thing that apparently we've been saying for a long time now that we're being cautioned to be more circumspect about, and that is the number of phone calls that were made by the passengers aboard the doomed aircraft to loved ones on the ground and to authorities. Some phone calls quite obviously did occur. We're told now that they were far fewer than we had originally speculated about, and I'm told, quite frankly, they are of very little evidentiary help to investigators. The question continues to circle on what is the credible evidence that, in fact, the White House and Air Force One were targets, and I have to tell you I cannot find any suggestion as to what that credible evidence, in fact, was. And finally, the question as to how many people have been detained apparently has been overblown, too. The number apparently, Bryant, is, quote, very small, and it's highly unlikely that any of these people are going to be traced directly back to the attacks. This is, however, a system that we're going to see unfold today, which is to say that I think we'll see more people detained today. I do not, however, get any impression that they expect any arrest today. Brian.
Jim, let me tax your voice for just a couple of quick answers, if I could. You say that all of the hijackers involved have been identified. Can you tell us how many people that is? We'd heard everything from people acting alone to 6 per plane. How many are we talking about?
The Attorney General, Bryant, yesterday put the number on each aircraft at between 3 and 6. They have now narrowed that down to a finite number. They know the number. I'm sorry to say I don't. They not only know the number, though, they know the identities of each of the individuals, and they know what specific plane they were on, which is significant to investigators because, again, these people apparently didn't give a tinker's damn about trying to hide their identity. They bought their credit, they used their credit cards, bought a ticket, got in line, got on the plane, and here I am. That seems significant to investigators.
And again, you say that they're saying that a number of people assisted and sheltered those individuals. Do we have a number involved there, and whether or not those people were complicit in the attacks?
The best that I can report at this time on that is to knock down other reporting, and not knock down, but try to clarify, excuse me, other reporting, which have placed that number at 10. I can't find any substance for the number 10. Obviously, though, if we're talking a universe here of as many as 24 hijackers, people who literally got on the planes and who are now dead, it would seem to require some sort of substantial logistics base, but I don't have any idea what that number is.
All right, Jim Stewart. Jim, thanks very much. This morning, federal officials have lifted the ban on air travel in America. We understand Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta has become the first to actually get a plane in the air. Bob Wars in Washington with more. Bob, good morning.
Well, good morning, Brian. Yeah, they're trying to get the system back up to some semblance of normalcy, but I have to tell you, this is going to take a long time before we see flying like we knew it as of Monday afternoon. Here's the deal. Norm Mineta, he is the Secretary of Transportation, officially lifted the ban effective for 11 o'clock Eastern time this morning. Some of these flights that have already taken off, we presume, are flights taking those people who were diverted on Tuesday to their original locations. But this is not going to be just as easy as dropping the flag and say, all right, let's go. Because what has to happen under this new revamp is that each airline, each airport has to go back to the FAA and back to the authorities and prove that the new security measures are in effect. As we look at some of the airport waiting areas, you see FBI agents walking around. The truth is that very few flights today are likely to take off. If you have travel plans, count on the following. Count on long delays. Count on more hassles, frankly, at the airport. You're going to see things like nobody but passengers beyond the screening points. You very well could see armed guards stationed at some of these screening points. No curbside check-in. There's a ban, obviously, and this seems like a no-brainer, a ban on all knives and cutting tools. But you should know that up until Tuesday, you could take small knives, 4-inch knives, on airplanes. Frankly, nobody had really given thought or given much credence to the possibility of the kind of attack we saw on Tuesday. So the system is going to come back in baby steps. It's going to be, well, I would think, into the weekend or next week before we have any real system up and running. And that means there are still going to be thousands of flights and hundreds of thousands of passengers inconvenienced. The economic effect of that, they haven't even started to calculate, Bryant.
Real quick, your recommendation for people who had hoped to travel to get home?
I would tell you this, if you don't have to travel now, it's probably treat it like a snow day. It's good to stay home.
But if you're away from home and trying to get home?
Yeah, if you're trying to get home, contact the airline, make your best case for the first flight, but just get ready to wait, because that's really what's going to happen most places.
All right, Bob Warren, Washington. Bob, thanks. 10:09, Jane.
Brian, we just have news from a press conference that Mayor Rudy Giuliani, New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, has given. He has some new numbers for us. He says that 94 bodies have now been recovered from the rubble of what was the World Trade Center, and he says that 4,763 people are missing. They are on the list of missing people from the World Trade Center crash. Still, the mayor has asked for 11,000 body bags. 4,763 people still listed as missing. For the thousands of people who are waiting for word about their loved ones, the waiting has become unbearable. Tracy Smith is at St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York with more on that. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. St. Vincent's and other hospitals really have no new information for families because they have very few new patients. So at this point, people are being directed to a place where they can fill out a missing persons report. It's just one more step to take for people who are desperate to try anything.
It's a system built for accuracy, not speed. Families who can't find answers on casualty lists are taking matters into their own hands, literally carrying images of their loved ones from place to place.
We don't know if he got out safe or what. hearing from him.
Lynette Regador is giving out pictures of her missing cousin, hoping against hope that someone will recognize him and know if he survived.
Just to wait and not know where he is, if he's all right or anything, it's horrible.
The stories of the people around her are similar and equally heartbreaking.
He's been with the company for quite a while. He's with Special Services. He's a vice president. He's got a wife and 3 kids. That's about all I can tell you.
We desperately have to find him. He has this little baby, 16 months old, and my daughter's pregnant again. I know we would call if he were conscious.
Have you heard, has anybody had success with pictures? Is this working?
I don't know. I saw it on TV today, so I said to my daughter, we're going.
My name's Jeremy. I'm looking for my Aunt Catherine. She's 38 years old. She was last seen on the 100th floor of the North Tower.
Most admit it's a long shot, but better than doing nothing.
I just want to know where my aunt is.
How did you decide to come down here?
We just were sitting in the house, and it's too much. You don't know what to do. Put up his picture. Just hope. Hope. That's all we have is hope right now.
I've been collecting these flyers, and they really are just almost unbearable to look at, but people know that this is a 1 in a million chance, but it's a way to fight this pervasive feeling of helplessness and hold out some ray of hope. Jane?
All right, Tracy Smith, thank you. We're going to go now to Tom Frost, whose 22-year-old daughter Lisa was a passenger on board one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. He's in Rancho Santa Margarita, California. Mr. Frost, good morning to you.
Good morning.
And
how are you doing, Jane?
Well, I'm fine, thank you. My condolences to you. I can't imagine what you're going through right now, and I really appreciate you being with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Can you tell me how you first heard?
I'll try and do my best.
Well, I appreciate it. Can you tell me how you first heard about the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center?
I was at work, and one of my crews out in the field conveyed to me that a terrorist had taken a jet and flown it into the World Trade Center. We tuned into the press coverage at work. I learned that it was an American Airlines jet that flew into the center, and I knew my daughter was on United. I knew it was from Logan to LAX. My heart stopped momentarily, but then started beating again when I realized that she was on a United jet. And when I got home, I was speaking with one of her friends from back in Boston, and he told me on the Boston stations they just revealed that Flight 174 was in fact involved and had crashed. I immediately went down and picked up my wife from where she worked. She's only 3 miles from here, and brought her home. And together we sifted through the news until about 10 o'clock Tuesday morning and turned the TV off. That's the last time it's been on in this house. And contacted United, and from there United confirmed to us later on that afternoon that in fact Lisa was on the passenger manifest and that she was lost.
I can only imagine when you hear news like that you go through all the scenarios in your mind. Maybe she got off the plane. Maybe something happened before that means she might not have perished. Did anything like that go through your mind?
Unfortunately, no, because she knew I was on graveyard shift, and she knew that I would be at work, and at 4:15 West Coast time, she gave me a call and said that she was in fact at Logan Airport and was going to get on the plane, and logic would dictate that if by 11:30 or 12 o'clock West Coast time, or even 10 o'clock West Coast time, we had not heard from her. Had she not made the plane, it was on every newscast everywhere, and I've been at Logan Airport. There are TVs all over. In fact, that's where I first learned of Columbine. Very shocking.
You mentioned how difficult it's been for you. Yeah, go ahead.
I think along with Columbine, and not that it's comparative, but that what's the same about it is that America is giving itself a great big hug right now, and they're not letting go. And I want America to know that I'm giving them a great big hug, and so's my wife, and so are my son. And we're with all of the victims and all of their families. And our hearts go out to them as well, because I know everyone, this Rancho Santa Margarita where I live, the outpouring has been tremendous. I'd like to thank everyone from Rancho Santa Margarita. Strangers are stopping me on the street and hugging me and telling me their thoughts and prayers are with us. We just had a phone call from someone very special in Lisa's life that just now found out about this tragedy and that Lisa was involved. It still is happening.
Well, we see the picture of Lisa there behind you, and as you continue with your grieving, sir, we want you to know that our hearts and prayers are with you. Thank you very much this morning.
Thank you, Jane, and I love you, America, and hang in there.
Tom Frost, thank you. Patricia Spartaro's husband, John, worked at the World Trade Center and is among the missing. Patricia, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Your husband worked in the Trade Center. Where was he?
He was in One World Trade Center, the 98th floor. He worked for Marsh USA, Inc.
Were you able to speak with him at any point?
None.
During?
No conversation,
You had
no communication. As soon as I found out about it, I did try to call, and I couldn't get through. All the phones were dead.
Have you had any confirmation that anyone saw him there?
No, none. I do know that his co-workers, there was a group of maybe 4 or 5 of them, I do know that none of them have been heard from. I've been trying to find out if anyone from the 98th floor of that building has gotten out, where at least there, you know, there is some hope then.
When you saw that plane crash into that building, what were your first thoughts?
Why did he have to go in so early? Was he at his desk? Because he was in so early, you know, I started having thoughts, well, maybe he went downstairs for some coffee or something to eat. Why couldn't he have been out of town on a business trip at that time? And then when, you know, a little time had passed and I hadn't heard any information about him, wasn't getting any news, you know, then your memories start kicking in, and you know, I just wish that I could just find out from anyone that escaped. Another question that I haven't been able to get answered is in that first tower. I can't seem to find out what floor the plane actually entered on. At first it was supposed to be very high, then I heard news reports that it was a little bit lower. Then in the Times yesterday, a woman was interviewed who was on the 90th floor or the 91st floor who escaped, and she said that it was several floors above her.
So all this added to your confusion about what was going on?
Yes.
I've spoken with so many of the family members this morning and yesterday who've gone around to Lower Manhattan, to each hospital, to see if their loved one is there. Or
John's
just
brother and aunt and uncle did that yesterday, but they were not able to enter any hospitals. The hospitals weren't allowing people in at this point. And so they did go to wherever the police were headquartered and did fill out a form and were interviewed by a police officer who also interviewed me as far as what he was wearing.
How do you find peace in the middle of something like this?
With family and friends, and just the outpouring of love that people have been showing me. Friends that my work, my job, that have been coming by, taking care of everything. My mother and my sister are with me now. It's the only time that you can actually even think straight.
Your husband is still missing. Do you still have hope?
I have to. I have to. My biggest hope is that he is one of the unidentified injured that has not been identified yet, that possibly he can't identify himself.
Patricia Spataro, we appreciate you coming here.
Thank you so much for allowing me to put his picture out there, and maybe somebody who sees it would have seen him and know what happened.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bryant.
All right, Jane. Filmmaker Gil Baker is back with us. He was with us yesterday also. Gil's been working as a volunteer rescuer down there and also taking some pictures of what's going on. What happened down there last night?
Well, yesterday afternoon, Bryant, One Liberty Plaza, which had been a triage center the previous night, the night of the collapse of the World Trade Center. That building was structurally weakened, and in fact, for the footage that's here at CBS that I shot, I took a picture in the basement. I went down to use the facilities down there, and there was a crack in what I thought might have been a facade, but when I went upstairs, I asked one of the fire guys, did anyone check out this building in terms of structure? And they said, yeah, it's okay. Well, the next day, the building was buckled, and I was at the bottom of the building shooting, about 60 yards, maybe less, maybe 30 or 40 yards away from the building itself, and somebody called, it's coming down. And I don't know how many guys, 200 or 300 guys, including myself, shooting at that point because there was no specific rescue.
Did everybody get out?
Everybody got out. The building hasn't come down yet that I know of. Unless it came down overnight.
I'm sure that's not the only building down there that's in trouble. As you're down there, I'm not sure people appreciate how difficult the rescue operation is and how dangerous it is still.
There's a chance that more lives could be lost, and it may not be single digits. I mean, there could this isn't over yet. I mean, the repercussions from the impact of this have affected a number of buildings down there. And no one is sure right at the minute exactly the status because everyone's involved with the cleaning up. I think probably today more information will be ascertained in terms of the structural safety of these buildings.
There were a lot of people concerned about the air quality, particularly the possibility of asbestos in the air. Are you hearing much of that concern down there?
Well, you don't see very much of it. There are not many gas masks. And a lot of these buildings that are coming down were built in the 60s and 70s, and I think the level of asbestos was down at that point. They weren't using it as much. Most of what was in the air, most of it was gypsum from sheetrock, and I'm not going to sit here and say there isn't any asbestos in the air, but we're all walking around with and without masks.
Is there a single worse problem down there beyond just the enormity of the rubbish, the debris that you have to wade through in order to get to either a survivor or a victim?
Well, here's what the rescuers are up against. They're up against gas leaks. They're up against underground fires that they don't know about. They're up against buildings that could be coming down on them. And it would be totally unexpected.
How many gas leaks are we talking about down there?
Well, I smelled 2 or 3 just in a 1-hour period. I came across 2 or 3, and other rescue workers and fire department people noticed them.
How many fires do you have going on down there?
That I couldn't say because there's stuff going on underground. The ground is very hot, and you don't know exactly what's going on. You can lift up a piece of metal, which I was helping clear rubbish on the first night, among other things, and I lifted up a piece of metal, and a flame shot up.
Mm-hmm. We've heard there are no more cell phone calls coming from inside the rubbish. We've heard there's no more tapping coming from inside there. Is there a general feeling among the workers down there that anybody they find from now on is going to be classified as a victim?
Well, if you looked at it, if you were there and you saw what I saw, it's hard to imagine that anybody could survive. It's leveled. The building was leveled. 102 stories.
Yeah, but nonetheless, they've pulled an awful lot of survivors out of there.
They did, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I think that period may be over. I hope it isn't. I mean, these are innocents. These are innocent people. They did nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. They're the victims of some kind of a religious fervor, in my opinion.
Okay. Gil, thanks very much.
Yeah.
The time is 10:24 Eastern. Some viewers will now cut away for local news. Here we're going to continue with our special edition of The Early Show right after this. Continuing now at 10:25 with Gil Baker, who's been working on the southern tip of Manhattan as a amateur filmmaker and also a volunteer rescuer. What's the biggest problem you guys are encountering down there, and how long do you see this operation proceeding?
In my estimation, this could go on for months. This is not something that's going to be cleaned up.
You see this going on through the end of the year, the cleanup down there?
Possibly to the end of the year, but not weeks. This is not weeks of work. This is definitely months of work. Definitely months of work.
Are there guys down there who are, I don't want to say hardened to it, but are you still seeing tears on an ongoing basis from the workers?
Well, when you're, I was up 40 hours. I got a little bit of sleep last night, and other workers, especially the professionals, they've been up through the night before. Guys that were on a night shift, you know, firemen, policemen that were on a night shift the night before, some of those guys haven't slept 4 hours in the last 3 days. So you get hysterical from this. I mean, it puts you, you're not the way you are when you're arrested. People are really upset about this. This is again, I think it's just starting to sink in now.
You're a volunteer. There are an awful lot of volunteers down there. Is manpower a problem, or they have as many resources as they need?
They have a lot. At one point, they had more resources than they did places to use the people. On day one, when I was directing traffic at Northmore and Greenwich, where the triage was set up, there were vehicles coming down this road from everywhere. There were construction workers, iron workers, electrician, demolition people. These were coming from these people were from private companies. There were about 6 or 7, maybe even 800 construction workers who came down to help, and they were actually blocking the road. In their effort to help, they hindered. The police had to bring in 30 or 40 people for crowd control. We finally got that situation under control. I was part of that effort, so I was there and saw everything that went on. There's such a thing as too much help in too small a space at the wrong time. It can hinder an operation.
I heard yesterday from someone sent me an email that said the Red Cross was asking for socks for the rescue workers and the firemen down there. True?
I can tell you a story. On night one, I saw a fireman being bandaged. He had on shorts. It's the summer. Sometimes you're caught wearing short pants when you need long pants. He had on boots with his shorts, and the boots had frayed his calves, rubbing up against. He'd been hours and hours working, and they bandaged him up, and he said, "I got to get back to work." And his socks were soaking wet. He couldn't even get his feet back into his boots. So socks are absolutely, anybody that could contribute socks and have them waiting down there at the triage centers and other support posts, that would be a tremendous thing to have, a very practical, it's interesting that you brought that up.
Yeah. And there are an awful lot of volunteers from around the country down there too?
Around the surrounding states. I don't know about the country. I mean surrounding states, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
We heard some had come from as far away as Oklahoma City too.
I didn't see anybody, but I believe that that goes to show you the American spirit here.
Yeah.
I mean, we all want to do the right thing.
All right, Gil, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Good luck to you. What are you doing today?
I'm going to go back down.
Oh, okay. We'll let you get to it.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. And again, the number we're operating with at this point is 4,763 missing, but I think that's probably at this point, and if it came in at that number, that's optimistic, right?
I think so. I mean, I mentioned earlier that the mayor still had asked for 11,000 body bags, so that number suggests that he thinks that the number of missing and dead will go even higher.
Yeah, there just seems no end to the sadness as we continue to walk through this. We still have a lot more to get to. We might also pass along that the president has declared Friday, tomorrow, a national day of prayer and remembrance. This following today was a national day of mourning. I think Israel had declared. We got a lot of tears to come. It's 10:30. We're going to come on back in just a moment. There's more ahead after this. Back now at 10:30 on this Thursday morning. The scene down the southern tip of Manhattan is much as it's been now for the past 36 hours. An awful lot of men and machinery trying to move the massive piles of debris that are left by the crumbling of the World Trade Center following Tuesday's terrorist attack. They are still looking for hoping to find survivors amid the rubble. They are in the process of also finding some victims. The number has now been estimated at 4,763 missing down at the World Trade Center, but as we've said so many times, we expect that number to go considerably higher.
I think that's just the beginning of what we're going to see in the days to come.
Yeah, pretty sad. Out front with Jane Clayson, I'm Bryant Gumbel. Bill Plant is standing by at the White House, where he's just coming from a White House briefing. Bill, good morning again. What do you got?
Good morning to you, Bryant. Well, the White House is trying to stay on top of this with a schedule of things for the president and the various secretaries of the cabinet to do. A couple of things. They say again this morning that Air Force One was threatened in a telephone call in which the caller used a Secret Service code name referring to Air Force One on that day. That was on Tuesday morning when the president was in Sarasota, was already in flight on his way back to Washington. And that, we are told, is when Air Force One diverted suddenly and went over to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. White House has had some questions about why the president spent so much time away from Washington, didn't come right back on Tuesday. And they seem to have gone to some length to explain that there was a threat and that this is the reason that he went first to one Air Force base and then another before returning. And be that as it may, they also maintain that this president, like all recent previous presidents, believes that he has the authority to act militarily without Congress. Although, of course, they don't put it that way. They say that he is consulting with Congress and is hoping for a joint resolution of the Congress backing up whatever he decides to do. The First Lady's been very active, too. We learned today that the First Lady has sent letters to school children all over the country. She has asked school officials to make letters available over her signature to children in elementary school and middle schools. Here's one to elementary school children that says, among other things, I want to reassure you that many people, including your family, your teachers, and your school counselor, love and care about you and are looking out for your safety. You can talk with them and ask them questions. That's part of a letter from First Lady Laura Bush to the nation's school children, which I guess will be going out very soon. The First Lady talked with Jane this morning at 8:32 this morning Eastern Time and said that she and her husband send their condolences to all involved.
The horror of it, the tragedy of it, and I know I can speak on behalf of every American when I say that we all send our love and we stand side by side with all the people who are directly impacted by this, the people whose stories you've been talking about earlier this morning, who are looking for loved ones. Every one of us know what they're going through, and we send them our love and stand with them in every way.
The president also, or the White House announced this morning that the president will hold a national prayer day, a day of remembrance tomorrow. He's going to ask people to stop during their noon lunch hours and pray for the victims of this terrible crime. Bryant?
Bill, still no hard evidence that, in fact, the White House or Air Force One were targeted. You somewhat surprised by the hypersensitivity of this White House?
I'm not surprised by their hypersensitivity. They don't want to look like the president was running, and that's why they seem to be going out of their way to try to establish that there was a reason that he didn't come back. We do know, I can confirm independently, that the Secret Service was very concerned about the White House complex being a possible target. We have that from other people. But they seem to be very sensitive indeed to the notion that he was running when he should have come right back, or when he said he was coming right back.
Okay, but again, no hard evidence that we've seen yet. All right, Bill,
Not that they'll share.
All right, thanks very much, Bill. American bond markets are open for business this morning, but U.S. stock markets will remain closed for a third straight day and won't resume trading until tomorrow, and that's at the earliest. Susan McGinnis is here with more on how the attacks could impact our economy. Susan, good morning.
Good morning, Bryant. We do have a rush into bonds this morning, by the way, a rush to the safe haven of bonds. The debate is on over the economic impact of these attacks. There is no doubt they will have consequences. The opinions differ over how large the consequences will be. One development working on the positive side of things, stock markets that are trading today are holding their ground, showing surprising resilience in the face of this tragedy. Tokyo's Nikkei ended higher today, up 3 points after plunging after the attacks. Markets in Paris, London, and Frankfurt all in positive territory at mid-afternoon there. And there are many out there saying the economy will not take a long-term hit. The Fed stands ready to prop up the banks, cut interest rates again, Today, the Fed said it's making a $50 billion available to stabilize the European banking system. World central banks coming out saying they will keep world banking systems stable, and our financial markets are still seen as the soundest in the world. But here is what we're facing. Our market has not operated since the attacks. Many expect a drop on Wall Street, followed by a resurgence, but we won't know for sure until Monday or possibly tomorrow. Don't forget, the U.S. economy has been teetering on the brink of recession. These events may just tip us in that direction. Industries are going to take a hit. Retailers, insurance firms, airlines, hotels, and resorts. A lot of tourism dollars get spent in New York, Washington, and elsewhere. All tourist areas nationwide are likely to feel this. I think there's going to be a sort of a hunkering down mentality among Americans, a stay-at-home psychology. It doesn't take much to get Americans to zip up their wallets, and when we don't spend, that's when the economy takes a dive. Bryant?
All right, Susie Mack, thanks very much. Brian Finnerty is our eye on the street. B, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
First off, on a personal note, can I assume you knew an awful lot of those people who are still unaccounted for?
Yes. Yeah, many, especially, you know, just the Cantor Fitzgerald story is just very difficult. They were on floors 101 through 105, and one of my dear friends is Peter DePuzzo, who's co-president of Cantor Fitz, and Peter's absolutely distraught. And Peter was in their Connecticut office that day, but so he's fine. But many of the people that he's hired and worked with and brought along, it's very, very difficult, Brian. And a lot of the other firms there, Morgan Stanley and Fred Alger Management.
We were talking earlier, 19 of 32 brokerage firms in the World Trade Center have yet to be heard from.
Right.
When do you think the market's going to open?
I don't think it'll open until Monday, and I think there's two reasons. I think it's actually good that maybe it doesn't, because there is so much. I think when the markets open, Brian, the SEC, the NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange want the markets to be ready to function properly and orderly when they open. And I mean from a technical point of view, that the phone lines are working, that the computer systems are working.
And there's no guarantee that would happen tomorrow.
Exactly. And I just think, looking at what's gone on, and you just had Gil sitting here telling us what it looks like down there, I got to believe it's going to be very, very difficult to get things operational.
Do you agree with that assessment that when it does open, be it tomorrow or Monday, we'll see a slight dip and then a boost?
That's hard to say, Bryant. You know, that has historically been the case on other tragic events. However, this is the most tragic event that's ever happened in our lifetimes and possibly ever in our nation's history. But I think that, you know, that would be a normal reaction, but everyone's saying that, so who knows? You know, and Susan just mentioned the Fed has pumped $50 billion into the system. I thought the Wall Street Journal said $80 billion. The Fed stands ready. You know, this is what everyone was saying. Has the Fed done enough? Well, now a cataclysmic event has come, and the Fed has jumped in. We didn't want this to have to happen that way, but they're in there that way.
Let me ask you a practical question.
Yes.
There are a lot of people who invest, and they don't keep the paperwork.
Right.
Okay? If their paperwork was housed in the World Trade Center at one of these brokerage firms that is unaccounted for, is their money lost? Is there a backup in place for them? How do you suggest they confirm their investment?
Well, I guess initially it's going to be difficult, Brian. The FDIC has guarantees for accounts. The SPIC has guarantees for accounts. Now, when you say paperwork, too, we saw those papers coming out of the buildings. This is all on computer systems and on backup computer systems as well. And, of course, firms the likes of Morgan Stanley and Cantor Fitzgerald and those type of firms have many, many backup systems, backup offices, and I don't know what the exact ramifications are going to be, but I would doubt very much.
So Ma and Pa Kettle at home, when they got their stock certificate and they didn't put it away, if their brokerage firm was in the World Trade Center and is gone now?
They hold it in street name, Brian, and those things that are held in street name are held in universal computers. They're not just on a sheet of paper with Ma and Pa's, you know, 500 shares or 100 or whatever. Those are in street name, and that is held by all the different backup systems, whether it be the NASDAQ, the SEC, the whole system will come together to work. I don't view that as a potential major problem.
All right, so people with investments, they're safe.
I believe so.
It's been a tough week. Thank you.
It really has. Thank you, Brian.
Stay well, my friend. All right, coming up on 10:40, Jane.
All right, thanks, Brian. The collapse of the Twin Towers and several other buildings in the World Trade Center complex have created so much dust that people all over the city are breathing in the fumes. Dr. Emily Sinez at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan with more on that. Emily, good morning. I know how dusty and awful it was last night. Is it still that way?
You know, not right here at this site. That's mostly because the wind has shifted, and what we're hearing it is